The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
The road to Paris begins here in the freezing fields of Ulaanbaatar. We're going to be heading into the Blast TV Paris Major very soon. But before that, we've got to find out who are the teams going forward. Welcome to the Asia-Pacific RMRs. I'm T-Time, joined by none other than Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, feels nice to introducing you in person.
Yeah, I know. I didn't actually think you actually existed for the longest time, but being able to find ourselves in a landing place of a region that we've been able to cover up so much for so long as well it's a fantastic feeling. So really chomping at the bit to get into and dive right in to figure out which teams are actually going to make it out.
And I think more than that, I'm just really personally excited about that. Hey, for the last major for CSGO, we're really acknowledging this emerging region within Asia. We're bringing it right to Mongolia. We're bringing it with all of this great, crazy action's been coming in from IC, now the Mongols. You know, you've got a lot of other teams as well. It feels like so much of the conversation around Asian Counter-Strike has been centered around it. So what a way to send off CSGO as well, bringing it right back over here in Mongolia.
Well, I mean, they've earned it. You know, being the fact that they're back-to-back major participants, you know, the fact that we're able to get a Mongolian representation at back-to-back majors for the first time, and then they do it twice. You know, that's the kind of conversation we want to have about this region, is that there does feel like there's an emerging bed of talent that seems to be able to compete with some of the best of them. You know, they play a very structured style, and that trickles all the way down to other teams as well.
Well, listen, that trickle down isn't all that's sort of going on in the Asian region, obviously, right? You know, we've got so much of a rise up recently of China. We've got so much of a rise up recently of all these other teams coming in. 8 teams now at this RMR. That's some really damn exciting stuff. This is going to be the biggest Asian tournament that we've had basically in, what, about half a decade or so. We've got, this is like the minors being brought back. I'm super excited because, you know, as much as back-to-back sounds good, can they make it 3 times over when you've got this much competition in front of you? I feel like maybe leading on the no side. Let's see.
And it's cutthroat as well. You know, a double elimination format as opposed to being, you know, Swiss system where it's, you know, it's somewhat similar because of the amount of teams we have, because of the fact you have to play best of 3s in the elimination games as well as the promotion games. Like those are going to be super important. So day one, there can be no mistakes effectively. You know, we've had enough time for these guys to get some practice in, get acclimatized, understand the time zone as well, because people are coming from all different walks of life, right?
Yeah, but listen, obviously we've got to take a look at the teams we actually have for ourselves as well. Let's take a look right into the bracket, because the upper bracket, of course, is going to have 2 best of 1s as you lead forward, as the explainer video explained. The best of 3s are for elimination or qualifying phases only, so there's a real chance over here for a few of these underdogs to come through, get a bit of a little uppercut here, a little bit of left jab here and there, and just see whether they can boogie over to the grand finals as well.
Yeah, a couple of upsets or a couple of best of 1s, and you're suddenly into the best of 3s where you're having that real conversation about do we go to Paris next? Like that's a cool conversation to have if you're one of these teams that hasn't been at the forefront of Asian Counter-Strike or Pacific region Counter-Strike for quite some time.
And listen, I feel like we're finally getting to have some of that conversation on Swiss stages. Like, oh my God, how's Copenhagen Flames making it? We're going to see whether someone comes over in here as well. You know, I feel like I'm privileged. I get to be part of that European molding that, oh my God, why is X team making it instead of Y team? And then they go make the Legends anyway. And I'm hoping that maybe, you know, we've got some Asian Legends coming up very soon as well. But for me personally, I think the upper bracket's going to be very interesting. And we've got a schedule for you over here as well. Obviously, running through the upper bracket best of ones today is the plan. I think the most interesting matchup for me personally is probably going to be between, you know, Grayhound and TYLOO. That's got to be the obvious one sticking out, right, Michael?
Yeah, a bit of a middling match. You know, TYLOO, kind of the descendants and the initial pivot point for people when they looked at Asian Counter-Strike. They looked at TYLOO, they thought that was the type of Counter-Strike that the whole region played, but they've fallen from grace massively. They've gone through so many roster moves. Meanwhile, Grayhound have been able to find some composure and actually make it to international tournaments. You know, they're probably, aside from the MongolZ or Rare Atom, the most well-versed in terms of international Counter-Strike, which if you make it out of this stage, you go to Paris, that's the kind of Counter-Strike you want to be able to replicate when you get to that kind of stage.
100%. I mean, if you're looking over towards regional representation and most likely to deal damage, Grayhound, Rare Atom, they're both the ones who've recently taken some pretty damn impressive scalps outside of the obvious MongolZ. And obviously, to any of you guys who've been, you know, living under a rock, MongolZ, of course, is the new name, the rebranding of the old IHC roster, minus Score. I miss you, Score. But that's going to be an interesting matchup for there. But I personally think TYLOO is also going to be coming in as a bit of a dark horse, Michael, because obviously they've been getting a lot of boot camp time. I got a chance to talk to Letney yesterday as well, their coach, and he was telling me in the past 3 months, they've spent a month and a half boot camping over in Europe out of 3. So, you know, these guys are coming in ready to kick some behind. They even sort of decided that, hey, we're not going to be playing any tournaments there because we want to hide our strats, save our strats for the major. It's actually a thing.
I mean, it's a cool idea, but at the same time, you know, you have to recognize that Grayhound, Rare Atom, the MongolZ, all of them have had the same amount of time basically to practice as well as participating in tournaments. You know, they can actually prove to and see whether the strategies that they've been rehearsing will actually work against better opponents.
Well, listen, over here, obviously, it's not just about the big 4, right? We've also got a lot of underdogs who could potentially come through and really pack a punch, because obviously I think another team that a lot of teams do have their eyes out on is Invictus Gaming, and if you guys weren't able to tune in for the last RMR, they did go under the name of GG How back then, and they were the ones who actually eliminated Rare Atom as well, so there's some exciting stuff going on with that team. They've recently brought in Mini as well, the Lebanese wonder kid. I've heard so many good things about him, and he's got months now to adjust to the new language spoken as well. I think IG could be coming through here, shaving some scalp stuff pretty nicely.
Yeah, no, we've got some nice underdogs. We've got some heavy hitters on across the squads, but I think the lack of structure, or I guess you know, proven Counter-Strike versus higher calibers, that's the biggest test. I think, you know, that we're kind of throwing small fish into big ponds, and we're kind of trying to see if they survive or not.
Well, here's the thing about Piranhas, Michael. They might be small, but they pack quite a bite, and we're going to be finding out which team's going to be packing quite a bite after a bit as well. We're going off to a short break. When we're back, we'll be here to discuss our first matchup, the MongolZ going up against Twisted Minds.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
going... Oh. We saw that you guys were getting a bit antsy in chat and wondering, oh, why can't we see the casters? We wanted to show you a little bit of glimpse right there in the middle as well. And if you're wondering which chat, well, then you're not watching at the right place. You've got better be watching at Blast TV for all of the fantastic action, great stats, and everything else that's going to be coming your way. But right now, what's coming your way is the matchup that we're going to be inaugurating the minor, the RMR. With, God, I wish I could call it the minor. But it is going to be Twisted Minds going up against the Mongols. You know, two very new names to CS, but obviously a lot of familiar players coming in there.
Yeah, and a legacy. You know, the Mongols definitely one of those teams that, if you look at the Asia region, has constantly been a name that people will look at when it comes to online competitions in particular. We haven't really known them to be at this kind of a level, right, as an organization, but they've employed probably the best that they could, really, coming into their organization, and all with some roster moves in and amongst it as well. You know, same faces for a lot of these guys: Annihilation, Bartek, Blitz, Techno. But then people probably thinking, Hastica?
Hastica?
We haven't seen this guy with this squad before, and that's because they, not in recent times, true, but Checkmate, D13, there is history with these players.
Well, you're running it back like 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I even play CS back then? I don't know about that, but obviously Hastica's got to be through with these players. It's going to be some interesting times. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of restructuring coming into the team and exactly how they can actually make this work. Because personally, I'm not a big believer of this one, Michael. I know you're a little bit more optimistic than me, but not so much. What I'm going to be looking over towards, though, is how exactly Blitz is able to integrate these guys in. And obviously, it's going to be so vital to see how Score and company as well, you know, his departure is going to be huge. Score on the CT side was their highest rated player on 4 different maps across the last 6 months, right? So Hastica's got big shoes to fill. And something tells me he's not going to have to fill those shoes. I've got a feeling Blitz might be putting Techno in some of those score spots as well and seeing whether the young blood can step up to the playing field.
Yeah, it's all about how you adapt all these roles, because I think that's what the biggest surprise was for when, you know, we saw this move happen for the Mongols guys, is that you're getting rid of one of your, you know, star big players. But, you know, on the other side of the equation, we have to think about as well the Twisted Minds, a relatively new name to this kind of level, and, you know, as far as I'm aware, good sort of reputation and relationship between the guys. You know, they play in some of the qualifiers, they play FPL quite a lot together, but then when it comes down to actually competing at tournaments, they have not been so successful.
Yeah, also, I've got to say, man, you're saying good relationship between the guys. From the interviews that I read from Lobo, might not be the case these days.
There's a rapport, at least.
There's a rapport, at the very least. And hopefully, you know, being here in Mongolia can be the binding glue that pulls them together. But the organization obviously also knew to Counter-Strike. It's a Saudi Arabian organization. They recently had one of their players actually winning out the Tekken World Championship as well. They're hoping to replicate here. But before we talk more about that, let's take a look at some of the stats that Mongols are bringing to the table as well, because those are some good-looking numbers.
Yeah, some of the numbers as well are going to be somewhat affected by the fact that they've more recently had to play with Mara for some of their qualification games to other tournaments. And so, you know, Hastica, this is the first time we're going to be able to see him on this roster with the role shifts and everything the like. But the names that you want to see at the top is definitely Annihilation. I mean, if you're going to look at anybody to succeed, it is him. A fantastic rifler and an AWPer that can find you some massive impact, but can also just as easily fall on his sword.
Oh, absolutely. Annihilation, I mean, the more that I've sort of seen him recently in international matchups, I've started to think about whether there's some sort of nerve situation going on, because this guy never missed easy shots, ever. Like, I'm telling you guys, when you saw him on D13, when you saw him in all of these other lineups, it seemed like he was just a constant C-man hitman. And right now, maybe a little bit more wonky, a bit more up and down, but hopefully with the new additions, he's going to be given a lot more responsibility to actually frag out, and it'll be interesting. But I think more than Annihilation, I'm just looking forward to seeing how Bartek and Techno sort of adjust in their role as well. Because I'm going to be honest, Michael, I think Hastica's legit. Is he Score legit? Not sure about that. We're going to have to figure that out as we go on as well. And obviously, to the viewers back home, Hasika has not played any officials with this current lineup, so the statistics you're seeing is coming in from him being on clutch.
Yeah.
So, you know, generally a losing lineup, you're not going to have the most effective stats, so take it with a bit of salt, just like the statistics of the Twisted Minds as well.
Also, the familiarity that we're talking about with this guy, like, he played with a lot of these guys, like, 2 years ago, effectively. Yeah. So these players have grown since their strat book is extended.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is he will not come up to speed in the fastest fashion, but it has to be something that they've considered because of the fact they've got history with him. They understand what he is as a quantity. And also, I think towards the tail end of Clutch, he was also able to be more of an instigator, you know, definitely leading that Clutch squad by example by trying to instigate in rounds.
Oh, absolutely. And he was so crucial, was so instrumental. And I just have a feeling that a lot of that came down to the voice he had. And Michael, I would be lying if I said I think he's going to have a voice in this team, because you're coming in to the most successful lineup Mongolia's ever had. You're coming into the only name for Mongolia. The Mongols are the only name in the history who have qualified through for a major. They couldn't make it because of visa issues, but now you're trying to take on the biggest name of Mongolia in your own shoulders. You're coming to the biggest players in Mongolia on your own shoulders. And sure, they might be old friends, but you then... Listen, Blitz doesn't have to give you the respect that he necessarily had to give the score, maybe, right? So I don't know how much of a voice he's going to have. It's going to be interesting to see in the game. But I think enough about Mongols. We can maybe shift the conversation over Twisted Minds as well, because obviously this team is an enigma, right? We can't really say we know much about them.
They're hard to gauge because the amount of games that they've actually put together are so limited. You know, as far as we're going through into the the nitty-gritty of like what maps they play and how people are going to play those maps, it is in the air.
Right, but before we actually lean over to them, we've just got word that Hasika does deserve a bit more of a spotlight, and honestly, I agree. But that spotlight's going to have to come inside the server because Hasika, you know, man, this guy's got to make a name for himself on the server. That's when we assign the spotlight on him. And yeah, back to Twisted Minds, where I'm really excited to see Spawn. And obviously, Michael, you know, I'm personally from the Middle Eastern region myself as well. I'm someone who's, I like to consider myself a bit glued into the scene. I've been asking a few players, and Twisted Minds, their best player's got to be Spawn. And I think that their stats actually reflect that as well.
Yeah, I think another shining player seems to be, you know, Doc has his moments, Mini as well. I think as well, for people that are sort of looking at this roster, there's a lot of sort of name brand value when it comes to both Loba, Doc. Definitely had a lot of circulating media about them. I mean, Loba is also twice the size of apparently every single player on this lineup, which is no surprise. He is just as big in real life. But, you know, to get these big personalities together and have them work hard enough to make it through to this stage, it will be about how well that cohesion stays together. Because like you alluded to earlier, some of the interviews that we've heard, you know, there may have been some turmoil along the path.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, of course, you can read that interview over on HLTV as well if you'd like. The implication, or to be honest, the direct statement was that these guys haven't pracked coming into the tournament. And that's not what you really want to hear, right? Like, that's not exactly the most inspiring thing. But maybe, is this like a Karrigan Jedi mind trick? We have not pracked, young Padawan situation.
You're really hunting for a silver lining, effectively. Because, yeah, I mean, if they end up making it through, that might even be something that they say. Because that does feel very Loba. It feels very, you know, it's very on the nose, effectively, to just say, oh, yeah, we said we didn't prack. Lo and behold, we're actually better than ever. Our chemistry is great. We're the best in the business. Like, I could see them making that narrative work, even if it is completely...
back, playing FBI, like, yeah, boys, we pracked, we lied.
But even if it's completely false, they might still say something like that.
Well, yeah. That being said, though, of course, it's still going to be a rough game for them, right? Looking over towards the stats that they have, I think they are slightly colored because you haven't really seen them play that many matches on HLTV. They haven't been playing many tournaments since they qualified either. And the matches that they did play included some games against South African teams on very bad ping. So I feel like the stats are a little bit misleading, but obviously still have to be discussed. Spawn leading a lot of the charts. He's been looking very good as a rifler. Sort of the murmurings around the Middle Eastern scene is that this guy is really just an absolute killer, and I believe them. I believe them.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've been able to witness so far, he does seem like a very reliable set of hands for this squad at the very least, which is especially when it feels like they, you know, from what I've been able to see from behind the scenes or, you know, streaming content, because they streamed a lot of their qualifying route. You know, there's a lot of talk about who's doing what and how they're going to approach rounds. Sometimes people are being quiet, and I think that's where some of that conversation can shift, because their effect in the server might be great, but actually handling some of the pressure, you know, first time some of these guys are going to be traveling out to another country to perform the same stuff that they've been able to do in online qualifiers, it's a whole different task. But that's where the fact that they, I think, boot camped ahead of those qualifiers actually comes out to help them.
True, and obviously, look, the other thing that we also have to keep in mind is that theoretically this is a team playing in sort of the peak region for CS as far as pugs and everything are concerned, right? You know, European pugs will always be some pretty damn good firepower, sort of entertainment, and also just the practice that you're sort of seeing come into it. It's going to be very different to maybe pugging out against Asian teams and whatnot. Obviously, that is a little bit bridged by the fact that you know, MongolZ, VERTEX, TYLOO, all of these guys were over in Europe for a while. But hey, you know, silver linings.
It's also when you know who you're going to be facing up in an upcoming event, you're probably not going to be practicing against them just because you don't want to somehow feel vulnerable by showing off some of the strategies that you plan to use against them later down the line.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's always something you have to consider. But for Twisted Minds, I feel like the win condition is very straightforward. Pug it out. Be on a map that's going to make sense for you. Mirage, preferably, I think, is sort of that dream scenario, right? But where do you think this Vito's going?
It's hard to say for the Twisted Mind guys in particular, but I feel like the Mongols have the most amount of options. You know, they've been able to cement their map pool. You know, I don't think we'll see Vertigo or Ancient as the two maps. I think from what we've been able to witness for the Twisted Minds, that's just not something that they want to touch right now. But they've been kind of favoring maps like Anubis, like Mirage, like Inferno, if we're going to see them in the series. Whereas, you know, for the Mongols, I don't think there's any map there that they're unsatisfied with if it ends up.
Yeah, but also at the same time, you know, for MongolZ as well, we don't really exactly know what's going to be going on. And obviously, those of you guys who are tuning in from home, this is the major best-of-1 system. So the Vito works a little bit differently. It's ban, and then 3 bans from the other team, and then the first team gets to decide sort of between the last 2. And then, listen, guys, you're going to figure this out. It's on the screen, right? But Mirage ban coming out from MongolZ, I like that one. I did not want to see it come down to Mirage for their sake. Yeah. That's something I definitely respect. Inferno is sort of obviously the obvious decider that comes to mind, and that's exactly where they'll end up. I've got one question. Are Twisted Minds maniacs?
Are they out of their minds? Yeah, I was going to say, this is like the one map that they feel like they're pick in every series when it comes to best of 3s. Like the Mongols have characteristically wanted to play this map the most.
There's literally been an interview saying, what will you do if you can't pick Inferno? Pick Inferno.
Yeah. And that's the crazy thing about it is that theoretically, in the same way, you could also look at it as it has the most amount of sample, it has the most amount of demos that you could look at. If you are going to anti-strat, if you're going to come up with solutions, I agree, it's a long shot. But at the same time, like that is probably part of the process. You don't want to end up on a random map that is a little bit less known in your mind when Twisted Minds have so little to sort of sit back on.
Listen, I hear you. I'm going to counter out with one thing. This is a different lineup.
It is.
Yeah, so and we're expecting very different roles. We're expecting a very different situation coming out from the Mongols. And listen, Michael, I feel hesitant even asking you this, but just in case, what are you predicting, Michael? Which way is it going to swing? Is it going to be the Minds, Michael?
I don't feel like there's much to think about. The Mongols, I believe in Hastika as a new addition. I think the move makes sense to a certain degree. Even if I don't necessarily agree with the move in general, you know, they've picked up a good replacement. So yeah, I think the Mongols take this pretty handily.
Man, well, see, I've got to be thinking about this one because, you know, Twisted Minds have got Loba, you know, they've got Dog. Spawn's really good. Katie's got some, you know, swag and everything. But the unicorn prediction that I have to go for, personally, it's got to be MongolZ, right? Like, it has to be them. And obviously, our Unicorn predictions coming out across all of the talent. Unicorn themselves also giving out some predictions there. And I think this is what we call a biased jury.
Yeah, I think you can tell by the fact that we've all selected the same thing that it's a tough sell. And we even caught up with KD a little bit ahead of time. Yeah. He understood that this first matchup is a very important matchup because if they can't beat them here, it's very unlikely that they can beat many of the other teams.
Yeah, but, you know, at the end of the day, it is a best of 1, right? There's always going to be some nerves coming into it. Rare RMR also coming over from Europe, so there's a similar level of jet lag. Maybe there's, you know, bad sleep, bad this, bad that, bad day. And maybe they're going to, you know, why am I even saying Rare RMR? It's Mongols. Mongols are maybe going to have a bit of a rough time as well. But, you know, home soil, you are feeling comfortable. You did get your mama's cooking before you come in as well, right? It's... Hard
Yeah.
sell.
No, I mean they're going to be used to that a lot more than making a transition over from say the Netherlands like Doc and I think KD are both situated in that part of the world. So yeah, there's a bit of an adaptation period. I think that is all the caveats that we'll have is that culturally things are quite different. The temperature is also quite low here, which I'm sure you've been feeling, and I know the Aussie casters have certainly been feeling as well. So yeah, it's going to be I guess a bit of a culture shock, but I am cautiously optimistic that these guys are going to have all those jitters out because of the fact that expectations are set low by themselves. Like they understand that it's very unlikely that they make it through, but because of that low expectation, you can play a little bit more free in a way.
Well, listen, for me, here's the one glimmering light I'll give them, is that Annihilation Inferno has had a few problems here and there, particularly when you're leaving him alone to deal with Banana on the CT side and whatnot. He can sometimes struggle, and Doc's a bit of a, firepower machine. We know this, right? Doc's obviously a very flashy guy. He's an AWPer with a lot of flicks. He's got a lot of movement. He's got all of that good stuff going in for him. So there's always the Joker card, right? There's always the trap card of, hey, we've just got an AWPer popping off like crazy and it's a best of one. So do I say they have zero chance? No, absolutely not. Do I say they have almost zero chance? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally reasonable. Like it will come down to some of the head-to-heads, and unfortunately, the depth on this squad seems to it just only goes deeper because not only the fact that, listen, the Mongols have an age advantage. They're younger than a lot of the guys on the Twisted Minds, as well as being able to reach the heights that they have with the previous rosters and being able to make it to international tournaments. That's not an opportunity that's gone through to the Twisted Minds guys in the past, and they're much further along their careers.
Well, listen, there's a lot of reasons why we can say the Mongols might be able to take it away, but the only reason we can have for the Twisted Minds will be displayed on the server, which is what we're going off to. But before we can head into the game, we're going to go to a short break. Stay tuned. We'll be back with some beautiful action on Inferno. Welcome back to the Blast TV Major. Of course, the Asia RMR continues. We're going to be starting things off on Inferno. And I've got to say, Michael, it is kind of poetic that we're starting off on Inferno with how much goddamn success we've had as a region on Inferno these past few months.
Yeah, it's not only the likes of the Mongols. You know, Rare Adam also very much adopting it when it comes to international competition as well. So it feels like it is becoming a staple as far as regional competition is concerned, especially moving out into the international waters.
Well, I'm pretty curious to see what our odds are going to be because I imagine it's very one-sided. Whoa,
Yeah.
Honestly, that's better than I would have given.
Too bad.
I mean, 4 for Twisted Minds and Unicorn, that's respectable, man. Mongols with a 1.19, personally, I thought it would be more like a 1.05 to 8 with all the interview shenanigans and everything going on.
Yeah, I think they've given them some credit. The fact that it is best of ones, you know, the fact that you could totally overturn the series with just one map is, I think, you know, they're playing it safe. They're playing it safe here because we're coming into new waters with this Mongols roster. We don't know which type of version of Twisted Minds we're going to get. So, yeah, I could see why the odds are, I think, maybe a little closer than even I expected, really.
Well, listen, obviously, the odds are going to be very heavily dependent on sort of the calling in the game as well, right? And when you compare the IGLs, Blitz versus Loba is a little bit of a, hey, you know, Loba streamer, Blitz master chess player, Loba sort of chilling in lane back,
Yeah.
Blitz maybe less so, but also at the same time, the one thing that I got from talking to a few of the players last night was that a few people just said to me, listen, Loba's going to call some strats that you're never going to expect. It's just because they don't make sense. But in a best of one, it doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense because you will not have time to adjust. So this could genuinely be like, hey, oh, you've just had like a one guy take the bomb to a side, 4 people go somewhere else, matchmaking sort of situation, and then still get a knockout in a round.
Yeah, something about not being scared of the master swordsman as opposed to the total novice that, you know, leaves themselves exposed to certain things, but also will be able to probably take a lunge at you a lot easier because they leave themselves exposed.
Absolutely, and this is where it'll be interesting to see how that sort of master swordsman versus I just picked up daddy's sword situation is going to be going on over here, because I do think Inferno in particular is a map where teams can be very prone to overthinking, and we have to keep in mind, this is the Mongols' first official with this current lineup. They have not played with Hastika before. There could be some overthinking situations going on over here. You know, Blitz might call himself into a quarter, wrong stacks. A lot of things can go wrong on Inferno.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, it's a great momentum map. Our first time that we will get a glimpse at either of these teams in our Asia RMR for the Blast TV Major Paris. Twisted Minds starting CT side, and those dualies out early.
Diego wants to take a charge in. Hasek on the other side. 2 players coming in after him. He's not quite able to bring them down. Walks into the logs and no backup coming out. Techno finally coming into play himself as Doc will find a refrag as well. Straight down middle he goes. Retreat back from Doc means he can cover off Apartments, but has to be careful. Bartek looking to cut him off regardless. Can't find him. Bartek though. Backlines, Doc is gone. Techno finds KD as well.
Yeah, they have so many options now. They can go A or B, and this kill over towards the archers as well. It's feel like it's just going to define the round because the bomb's making its way over to the site, and it's all about just delaying rotations here on Bartek. Now he's just comfortable getting out of there. They realize that site is open for business. Twisted Minds turn the other way.
Bomb is down. Spawn and Loba. Got to get this retake going for themselves, and you do still have Bartek on the late lurk to try and follow through on the other side of things. Blitz. Eyes in white. Watch out the first man. Spawn just trying to keep him away, but that's where the new box player is able to activate as well. Techno keeps out Spawn as well, but keep in mind, it is always on a clock. Bartek's coming in from behind, and as they start to press in, Techno's gone, Blitz as well. All down to Bartek. Loba, a one-on-one. Diffuse, he's on. He's taking himself off. The sound given up by Bartek. Loba trying to pursue. Loba can't find it, and the bomb time is gone as well. He doesn't have time, he doesn't have a kit, and he can't get the defuse regardless of what looked to be an nice little retake of the bomb site itself.
Yeah, I mean, a very curious move as well for Bartek to reset and re-go for that flank. They almost let that sort of slip out of their hands, but the fact that he didn't have a kit, yeah, if Loba had that, then he could have just stuck it. Bartek wouldn't have been able to close that gap in time. So it's almost a disaster, but the Mongols able to keep it alive, and moving into this first buy, we will have a force right back from the Twisted Minds.
Kind of interesting that Loba goes for that much utility, to be fair. He's sticking to the dualies, which aren't really the best up against head armor, and he's going for a grenade, Molotov, and smoke combination. This is where you start to wonder whether there's anything planned or it's just a, hey, I want some util.
Just banana player things, really. You know, you want a full belt to try and contest as best you can. At least they're looking to have options with the top B attempt here by the Mongols. A smoke down over the entrance, and while they're taking some nade damage, it's not quite so bad. All about trying to flush these players out into the open right now. Good damage on the nade there from Hastika, onto Hastika, but Loba overextending And as well, some info given up that Spawn is nearby. They're playing it nice and slow. They're trying to not get caught out by too much. But over in the apartments, there is some information being garnered by the rest of the Twisted Minds players. They have them kind of boxed in here.
This is very scary, actually, because you've got a player coming in. Black Eagle finds Bartek. Underpath could also be liberated pretty damn soon, because Doc's trying to get aggressive in through there. Rather, KD's trying to get aggressive in through there. It'll take me some time to get used to the new faces.
It's kind of important that Black Eagle dies, or at least gets information for the following player in KD, but actually activating in from under, that's a little bit of a shame. Now he's totally boxed in, but a second kill. Annihilation was holding for it. Down to these 2 players remaining here on MongolZ.
KD's able to pop out. Techno's overrun as well. Blitz all alone, a 1-on-3. KD's low, sure, and Blitz does have the bomb, so at the very least, there's space to work with. Blitz has information that everyone should be clustered back towards the B bomb site, but one player from Twisted Minds has had time to rotate back if he had desired to do so. Instead, Blitz heads over the B bomb site. He has to liberate. KD, close range, very low. Will he be discovered? No, he won't be. KD with a triple. Beautiful push coming out from apartments. That's one of those things that you have to be careful of up against the force buy especially.
Yeah, fantastic work to have probed both sides of it. You know, all that utility, Loba's distracting them towards the B side. And yeah, they didn't fully default. They were trying to play it slow and just expecting numbers. And even there, 3-on-1, Twisted Minds wanted to stay together. So, you know, if they planned it A, you could just use those numbers for the retakes. So a great way to overturn where the Mongols already coming in a little shaky. You know, that pistol round was pretty close. Now as well, finding themselves at a deficit in a force by themselves.
Hey, that's not supposed to happen. Also smoke boat down, but it has to go move past. Tech 9 coming into play. Spawn's gone, and there's a chance for more. Flash from Blitz is perfect. On the B-bomb site, it is liberated.
Smoke can go down as well. They're throwing flashes, scaling with it, which would be a little bit difficult, but now those smokes are down. Not exactly the smoke that Doc was hoping for either, hoping to maybe get that down in the mouth of B, but on the boost attempt, they get gunned down. Doc was just able to duck himself away. Black Eagle suffers, and just as quickly as they lost their force buy, they come in with a much faster one, in fact, just by gunning themselves through B.
Honestly, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Loba and the gang keep on continuing forward to try and contest it from Banana early in, because it just does seem like that's obviously their MO on the B-bomb site. But clearly, A-side players are more than happy to get aggressive as well at the same time. Or let's see whether they want to go full defensive or not as well at any point in the game.
It's also one of those things where, you know, based on the fact that there's so little that you can sort of prepare for the Twisted Minds on this map or in general for this tournament, those types of gimmicky rounds where you're able to push extremities so quickly, that's going to have teams on very high alert in future. You know, that will happen to you the first time against the Mongols, but yeah, the fact of the matter is you probably won't get that amount of space the next time.
The question is, how many first times can there be, right? Because obviously, first time has to be followed up with a conversion, right? Hey, this could have genuinely been a, 3-1 scoreline you start off with. You've got maybe a gimmick in there. Doc gets a good round here. You're looking at maybe 6-2, 7-2 to start things off, right? But you can't afford not to capitalize, because this man on your screen right here, Annihilation, is pretty goddamn good when it comes to the rifles as well. So when it comes down to the T side and he's got rifles in his hands, that's going to be a rough time.
A whole lot of utility back here for the Twisted Minds. And going in for some early B control, X-ray is finally on as well, which, you know, hard for us to see, and I mean, we get to see fully from the player perspective. Damage is good onto Hastika, and going for the reface. Loba losing a lot quite himself, but a jumping kill there from Spawn. That tag damage from Loba certainly adding up, but it's already a little bit awkward. So many numbers here over towards topside B. Techno boxed in.
Keep in mind, aggression's coming through from Doc as well, potentially. He's the only one on short. Mongols have realized this is the B-side stack, though, and over they go. Doc's got a chance. He's got the Deagle. And to now show up, but he's fading away. The timing window, it's been missed. The Molotov would have made it tricky regardless, but he's being kept alive. Blitz finds another, but the push in from behind will find only the one. Spawn stays alive, Black Eagle is down, and on the side, they wait for Doc, catching out Spawn in the middle as well, and Doc's all alone. A 1-on-3. Should be no chances here, but maybe can find some more damage at the very least, keep things a little bit honest, but no, won't be the case.
Timing was perfect, and I don't think they realized they dropped the bomb towards top middle. You know, you saw Spawn just gunning it up from the banana flank, and had he realized that package was down, maybe he wouldn't have made the play that he did, but honestly, solid timings there from the Twisted Minds just to push over towards B, realizing that it had been completely vacated. They did what they could to try and support Doc, only to lose their lives in that same effort.
I'm kind of surprised that they went for another force fiber there, to be honest, because now, even in the next round, they're going to have kind of weird money. It's $2,900 loss bonus, so Loba's going to be sitting around that, what about, just about under 4K mark, or rather 4,100 or so, right? So it's a tricky situation to be in. Now setting up for the good old God of Lightning. Doesn't want that smoke.
Yeah, also unlikely that they commit to that. Already 1 kill over towards B, and Hastika with an SMG. Very likely to probe that side of the map and call it clear, but there's still one person they have to deal with. Spawn sits and tries to bide his time. Rest of the squad clustered at A.
They don't want to mess with big man Spawn. I'm telling you, this guy's a G.
But you can also just tell there's so much hesitance because of the fact that, you know, last time over against the Force Spy, they were punished.
Yeah, they just want to take it slow. There's a minute left, and, you know, should be interesting. Obviously, you guys can also check out all of the anti-ecos and everything that happened over on the Blast.tv side of the Major as well. So they've got nice little markers underneath the player itself. If you go right to the anti-ecos and anti-force, see what we're talking about. Be like, wow, they did lose an anti-force.
Yeah, also if there's a player you want to look at in particular, you can pull up his stats individually.
Fair.
Headshot percentage, ADR.
Very low fanboys out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking it up right now, so there you go. I'm a Loba fanboy too.
Well, even if you're a fan, it's hard to provide all the right energy in the right places. Right now, it does feel like the Mongols have stabilized. A little bit of a scare early, but some early jitters to get rid of at the start. And, you know, it's part of that conversation we were having about the Mongols was about Hastika and how the roles would shift. It does feel like he is taking over some of those instigation roles from, you know, you kind of theorized that it might be Techno that takes that responsibility. Hasika's been at the front of the action.
Back to that in a bit. Right now, Hasika again. Instigation machine is now being disabled. Katie from the side will find him and cut him down.
A little messy, a little scrappy from both sides, really. But flashes that were there, just there was nobody to accompany, so no trades available. Starting at a deficit is not ideal for the first gun round. Twisted Minds have a great setup and have a fourth player rotating over towards A. They are reading into this, expecting Mongols to bail from B.
Very important kill to find. VERTEX generally been the lurker. They're going to know they have a bit more space to try and work with in apartments as well. Blitz gives up his position. Knifes the floor. That's a loud one. Then exactly what's going on in his retreat. You can see the map reflecting that as well. 3 players now backing off to B. Good setup from Twisted Minds. What's the utility looking like? You've got an incendiary, 2 flashes, so not the best. Meanwhile, Mongols might be 3 and 3 on the bomb site itself, but they have a lot of util. The question is, what can they do with it? Full execute over towards this B bomb site, and no one's in this site whatsoever, so you can't actually force out anyone. You can't get any of the weakest players down. The spam just keeping it more and more difficult. Even the MP9 thinking about pushing through. Great damage. Blitz and Techno down below, and it's going to be the bomb denied as well. Mongols bleeding out player after player. Show Annihilation finds one, but very little he can do on the bomb site. Rotations coming in from either side as well. The flank being set up from Banana. Annihilation good for the one, but the trade's perfect. Doc's taking him down. Bomb can't be planted either. Mongols will be given absolutely nothing.
That's a bit scary there from the Twisted Minds, really. You know, the fact that they are 5 on 3, they had this utility available, but it was on both the A side players. You know, they're trying to spam through those smokes, make it difficult on the cross. But when it came down to it, the Mongols were also expecting, because of the numbers advantage, because of the stylistic way that these guys play on the Twisted Minds, thought they might just go through that smoke, have a flash prepared. They just didn't realize that all that utility was situated on A as well. So by the time they actually break in, smokes are faded, smokes are gone, and that was really their best chance to get that bomb down.
Slowing things down a bit on Banana this time over. And, you know, Michael, just to pick up on what we were talking about earlier, Hasika is covering up some of those roles that Score did, but I do think that Techno and Score sort of split the Banana responsibility a little bit. So I think we're going to have to wait, especially for the CT side, to sort of figure out exactly what Hasika is being delegated to. But actually, this is going to be quite interesting. You've got Black Eagle waiting out underneath shelter. There's a one-way to work off of, but he's managed to get some damage inside it. Hasika stays alive, and he's able to find the frag regardless. So
Dude, just about the perfect call you could have made given the setup. You know, they were so split between the A-side defenders. That smoke that's down makes it impossible for him to defend them jumping in through pit or even just combating the one-way. And Twisted Minds starting 3B as you would want to be in a position to sort of mitigate all that banana presence that the Mongols have thrown in previous rounds. So a great change of pace here.
Good conditioning coming out, but also great recognition that generally speaking, you know, Twisted Minds, we've seen what their progression has been on the A-side, short side, right? It's just Doc or Black Eagle or Katie at times. They play underneath shelter. They back off to the cartwheels, and then you know you hope that you get a kill from apartments or someone pushing in. So Mongols with an accelerated play is able to find out those players isolated, like you mentioned. It's quite nice to see.
Yeah, but there haven't been many sort of fast or even semi-aggressive plays in the apartments yet. So it has definitely thrown the Twisted Minds in for a bit of a loop. The fact that it happened in this round, but able to escape with their weapons as the A site fell so quickly, trying to establish their economy. The Mongols obviously having some difficulties breaking through B in the round before. They're all about restabilizing and putting your foot down nice and early that the Twisted Minds will get no rounds for free. You know, they're going to make adaptations. You're going to make adaptations.
True. Up out on Doc. Would love to see some aggression coming through right down middle. Give me that scope, Doc. Doesn't look like it. Seems like it'll be an apartments late, but no, he's just sticking out to short. Interesting.
Doc's on B with his AWP.
I've got to say, man, I will get used to it eventually.
Yeah, yeah. Especially when they're all clustered together, it can be quite hard to discern who's on top of who.
One by Zev, Black Eagle, only good for the one, can't pair up the second. It all comes down to Katie on this bomb site, and he is gone as well. Annihilation and has to go with some great frags, and Doc's op's been locked out completely from action. You've got to go back and save. Surely you've got to go back and save. No, they're going to wait and contest. Has to go. Trying to phase the smoke, won't even need to. He just gets the spam going, clocks out as well. And they're just pushing through. How are they still going for this? It's a 2-on-3, and they do have utility, but surely you have to decide that it would be maniacal to try and make this attempt.
Let's not pretend like the Twisted Minds are going to play by the rules of conventional Counter-Strike. I'd love to see them attempt more retakes that we see some of the teams do at the top side. You know, that's the kind of conditioning that the Mongols are now getting used to as well, participating in more international competitions. You know, go at weird timings, throw them in for a loop, catch them when they're least expecting. It could have been nice, but not to be this time over. They finally do heed your advice, in for a save, and I do think that this A site is going to be getting abused more and more, considering the ease in which they've been able to break through in the past couple rounds. I need to see an adaptation, some sort of a change. Can't start 3B. That seems to be what the Mongols are putting down.
I mean, to be fair, it did seem like Black Eagle was in a position to get at least 2 kills. They just sort of flubbed the spray a little bit as well, right? That one-way smoke was perfect. It was a good counter out as well. Just couldn't get the kills, and then Katie got a little bit over-eager. Like, wow, there is still that one-way smoke down. Maybe I can use it.
And that, first off, that kill from Annihilation, you look back a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, he wouldn't have even been in that spot. He wouldn't have the patience. But the guy has developed his game so much from roster to roster, whether it's been, you know, the likes of, you know, D13 before, or then being able to take part in like a Pan-Asian NKT. Felt like we got hyper-aggressive to hyper-passive, and now he's found like a comfortable middle ground to strike on the Mongol side. So,
man, I'm gonna hold out my thoughts on this until we see them really challenged.
I just like that, you know, we've actually got like a progressive arc for the guy.
I think you might be a bit too caught up in the stories there, Michael, but it is a great story. So let's see whether or not he can write it out, because obviously this is also the situation where I am sort of hoping that we do get to see him flex a bit. Like, hey, I'm still a god on the op, right? You do want to see him just try and brute force outskill them a little bit. And this is the kind of team that's going to be taking peek spot flashes necessarily at times, going to be relying heavily on aim. The kind of team that you want to go up against if you are one of those, you know, star oppers. It's just going to flicky, flicky, flick, yeah.
It is one of those things where it does always feel as though, you know, especially when we saw Annihilation take it to the big stage, we almost never saw, you know, trying to exploit or sort of fully leverage the kind of skill set that, you know, someone like Score or Annihilation had in it, like a total vacuum. You know, you've got 4 other players around you. Yeah. If you've got somebody that can make a play, you know, kind of in the same essence as, you know, people would treat Yakindar on Liquid, you know, give them some autonomy and try and facilitate as best you can. And if that fails, then, you know, you've got a baseline to work around outside of that. But it doesn't feel like that's a part of their game that they're maybe missing to make that next step forward. And that might even be part of the reason that they bring in someone like Hastika, who's familiar with some of the younger guys, who has also worked with Blitz previously. If he has to take a little bit of a step into the shadows, I'm sure he would.
That is true. Absolutely, that is true. But man, since we've got to take time out, we've got some time to discuss it. I've got to say, Micah, if I wanted someone in the shadows, put Bartek in the shadows, man. Put him in the darkness. He's great at supportive roles. He's coming to replace Cabal, who was the supportive player, right? This is the guy I want in the shadows. I don't really want to have to consider that, hey, man, like, let's bring in Hastika to replace Scores to have better shadows. Right? That's sort of a situation that maybe I don't entirely agree with. But obviously, it will be interesting to see whether or not Hastika can actually enable Blitz more, I think, is sort of the conversation, right?
Fair.
Because Blitz has very much been one of those super consistent players whenever they've won international. I've always said Blitz is the one guy who I know is going to show up every single time over. He's going to have some good plays, he's going to have some good rounds, and it did feel a bit like that wasn't as true in this previous outing. So if Hastika can help out with that, if I get to see Blitz with the Deagle come through on Mirage and connect and get 4 people more often, yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, it's also, in the first foray into the major circuit, I think that's what people were kind of called to attention, is that Blitz is a beast. Probably the best Deeg in-game lead. I mean, I don't even need to specify that much. You might even just have the best Deeg in the East, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm kind of with that side of it. I'd love to see Blitz put in positions where he can show off a little bit in much the same way, even if it comes to low buy rounds. Because listen, I love a good D.
I know that one. I know that for sure. But what you're saying is, up next we're gonna have Advent come into his own, be the godlike.
I don't think that's really.
He's a clutch machine, Michael.
It's not really his. Yeah, that's not in his wheelhouse, I don't think.
Listen, man, I'm gonna build him the wheels he needs, man. Advent, I believe in you.
He's also, someone that has brought up a lot of young guys that have never been on teams before. So.
Yes, this is true. Advent's very much stepped into the father figure of China role. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah,
right?
a little bit. He's an overseer, but yeah. I guess Blitz could be put in the same category as well, because a lot of these guys, the Mongolian scene prior to having proper rosters that we could look at, whether it was the likes of Checkmate, the Mongols,
Tiger,
even the likes of
Tiger was obviously the big
Tiger
one
as well. Or now, we have Iraf moved to Eruption. We had Renewal as well. I just keep thinking of new teams. And the thing is, when you've got these smaller scenes, it does feel as though everyone's just trying to find the right fit. When you're an emerging market, you're not so tied to the idea of always being with the same guys continuously. So it's a nice idea to have the development tree, and to have Blitz sort of bring up these young guys that were floating in that market for a very long time, darting between rosters. And what's cool is that you can consolidate a lot of data from all those previous experiences as well.
And look, obviously, I think just to shift the conversation a bit over towards the Twisted Mind side as well. Listen, I know that Loba's come out and given this interview saying that, hey, they've not really practiced, they don't have any expectations. And let's be honest, no one has many expectations of them as you look over towards the RMR. But at the same time, for players like Spawn, for players like Doc, for a lot of these guys, this is still LAN. This is still playing up against teams that are legitimately good, right? Because now you've got MongolZ with international wins out over some top teams. You've got Rare Adam with international wins over top teams. You've got Grayhound as well, with international wins over top teams. So for these guys, it is very much a proving point of saying, guys, we can frag on LAN versus some pretty damn good teams. So even if they're not necessarily winning, they're going to have a best of 1 and a best of 3 minimum, maybe more, because if they lose here, they're likely going to be playing up against VERTEX, but I think they should at least have a shot of getting an upset out. So these players individually can actually make a bit of a name for themselves. And I know that, Doc's a streamer, this and that, but I do feel like a lot of these guys, if they're given the opportunity to compete at a decent team, maybe, let's say, top 35 in the world, top 40 in the world, they'd probably like to take that. So
yeah, it can be very legitimizing to do well at tournaments like this, just because, we've seen with previous rosters, people talk a lot about Roy for Copenhagen Flames, to Fnatic. Age is but a number when it really comes down to it. If you're able to provide a specific level of ability or a certain characteristic about your play style, you will be able to transcend that age gap, really.
And especially when you consider that more and more, the conversation in Counter-Strike is going towards buyouts, right? You're looking at some goddamn ridiculous numbers being thrown around. It doesn't matter if those and you're a free agent or a relatively free agent who I don't have to pay $250K for, I might take a shot at with you. I might take a chance, and I think that's very much what these guys are obviously have to be considering and playing for as well.
Yeah, no, and just the idea that, you know, when we think about the personalities on this squad, you know, Loba very much, you know, might not have won the most FPLs, but he's definitely a champion of like the sort of open market, pugging players circuit, and getting these players that are relatively unknown but grinding and grafting their way through to try and make it pro. Like, he has championed a lot of the sort of benefits of life, you know, the quality of life things for the for I guess the Pro League platform, so to speak. So, you know, he as a champion of the people to a certain degree, he is going to want to have wins like that as well. You know, he's a personality that does like to boast when things can't go his way, but he also understands that things aren't always going to go your way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've got some fans of Lobo obviously working in the staff and everything as well. We had, when we actually flew into Mongolia in the beginning, one of the guys who's a team manager, shout out him, he said, did you know Loba has a positive knifing record versus Simple? So, you know, all I'm saying is, if he's getting a win here, Loba's going to come and be like, I've got win rate on Valve events, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you take what you can get when you've got the positive points. You've got like nice little bullet points saying like, yeah, actually, I am legit.
This is like when you're building up a resume, like, oh, I've actually been the CEO for a small, medium enterprise. I had direct sales, marketing. I had a lot of customer interaction, and really just running a lemonade stand.
I was an extra in the crowd in that one movie as well.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I just happened to be walking by. Hugh Jackman breathed on me, and I think that's that makes me sort of part Wolverine. There you go. Oh gosh, man. But no, absolutely. And you know, even for the Twisted Minds organization, it's going to be interesting to see what exactly they can get done over here, if they get any wins or not. It's going to be cool to see how exactly they can sort of move forward with it. But let's move forward with the series as well. At 6-2, Mongols been looking convincing. I'm not surprised. You shouldn't be either.
Yep, probably the best looking buy as well the Twisted Minds are going to be having in the opening rounds, the opening segments of this game. They've had SMGs in a bunch of rounds so far, and that will still be the case here, but they've got a lot of utility accompanying it as well. And part of the conversation we were having before the tech was, can we get activation from the big green? The AWP of Doc feels like is taking very, very defensive plays. And that's part of what they're doing over towards Banana. That's because they want to be a little bit aggressive, throw in some spanners, make it a little bit more difficult for the Mongols to operate in this area. And so, you know, some of the options become limited to a certain degree because of that.
Curious to see whether or not Mongols can sort of suss out, sniff out the fact that this is a two-man setup in Banana. We have to have some brackets aggression come through. If Twisted Minds wants us to work, there's no way to do it without brackets or apartments aggression, and KD is down. That attempt's been met with Blitz, and he's just eliminated them without even giving over information. So you can't even have a constellation of rotations. One-way smoke for Loba, doesn't actually spot Techno moving over, and if he does, he doesn't want to commit to it.
It's a little deep. You know, this one-way is a little deep, and the fact that they hear just how close Loba was, they're running thin on resources. One more smoke is all that Lobo will have, and that can chew off an additional 15 seconds, but that smoke in CT is hard to deal with. That kill is important. Spawn breaking down the entry pattern, and as soon as that smoke reaches them over the mouth of B, Mongols pump the brakes.
Oh no, they're trying to rotate back on Twisted Minds as well. Spawn, good for another. Has to pair them together. Found the 3 as well. Back to a 2-on-2. Smoke's going to be dissipating pretty damn soon as well. Doc leading into it. Annihilation already holding down the line. Flick is there. Head is gone. Doc is out. Black Eagle now on the rotate. Has to try and make this work, and it's just not going to be possible. I've got to quickly point out, Loba backing off that noisily did set up Spawn very nicely for his position, but couldn't get the round out regardless.
Yeah, they knew they wanted to chase down that player, but unsure where a secondary would be. You know, they threw a Coffins and a CT smoke respectively, so maybe expected the support was going to be behind one of them. But yeah, catching a glimpse there from Loba. Couldn't see a damn thing on his screen, but once again, just trying to serve as a distraction. And Spawn delivered. You know, he got his 3 kills. He brought it to that 2-on-2, but Annihilation too good on that AWP. And so now we're back onto pistols here for the Twisted Minds. Already a very solid half for the Mongols.
Once again, 1-2 setup. Black Eagle has been spotted out. This could be interesting. And they're already expecting the second player elsewhere on the map. Lobo's found Blitz, so it is still 3-on-3, but rifles don't seem recoverable. Doc's confused. Where do you go? Annihilation missing out the nose scope. Switches to the pistol of his own. This man's got guns for days. And not just in his arms.
That was a real chance. You know, Doc could have got his hands on an AWP as well. Could have had a numbers advantage moving into this, but that feels like the chance is gone. Even creeping through the smoke, Loba, a dink won't quite suffice. And Spawn, all that remains. So, I mean, throwing in some nice ideas, you know, doubling up in those apartments to provide some early pressure. Trading 1 for 1, that's about as good as it could have gone, but the one kill that felt like it could have swung the round was the one in Boiler.
Yeah. And it does feel a little bit like, even their aggression is a, I hate to say this, but it's sort of pre-programmed, right? You're expecting that 3-man banana aggression. You're expecting that double apartments aggression. Those are pretty standard stuff. I'm not getting any maniacal whoosha peaks coming through.
They're not totally out of their minds.
Yeah. They're twisted. Not
Indeed.
completely. I don't actually know what the word would be.
Twisted, not stirred.
Ah, there you go. Okay, Mr. Bond. Guess I know what your next bar order is going to be.
Yeah.
I think somebody's ordering some techno aggression over on Banana, though.
The entrance to B does feel a little bit off limits. And the Twisted Minds won't even hazard a peek. A lot of utility expended early, but need to also be in a position where they can delay sufficiently. I think that's what's been good about the Mongols so far is that they haven't fixated on one side of the map. It does feel like sometimes when you're playing teams that are a little bit, you know, you're unsure about what kind of characteristics they'll bring to the game. You can just sort of target one site over and over and over again, but it's making it hard to adapt here on this mine. In front, Techno, that's a hell of a shot. Loba tried to catch them out, but there's a double entry, and it's nice and quick. Deeper smokes as well to take more control through CT, and this is a call to save instantly.
I don't know if Loba actually misread the smoke or something like it. He tried to swing out on the base of the utility that's being thrown, but because the smoke was a frontside smoke, it actually ends up being a one-way. So even if he hadn't been flashed by a blitz, he would have been completely gray screen regardless. And sure, Techno does get that right hook in, right as he's just got a nice little reaction shot, but kind of strange. I do think he just heard the pins being pulled and thought, okay, time for me to take the peek.
Yeah, get ahead of it effectively, because I think there was already a program of, you know, we'll counter smoke just as soon as the nades fly in, so it was trying to get in front of it before they got past, but yeah, hard to deal with when they just slow creep into your bomb site.
I like this hunt from Mongols coming out as well. The money's good. Nade's going to be lined up. Black Eagle. Oh, I mean, Katie's just gone to the nade. Nothing you can do about that one. Black Eagle kills himself. He's gone. What in the world? How doesn't he get the kill? Pastica just turns around, flicks to his head. There, he's gone.
Yeah, missing their shots. And if there was going to be a win condition coming into this game, that feels like the one. You know, you have to hit your shots, have to hit your opportunities. And listen, they've put them in some kind of perplexing mid-rounds in a couple of instances, but it's just been neither here nor there. Unfortunately, the consistency is the hardest part when the Mongols are always going to be doing some problem solving, and they've been playing a slow game to make it more and more difficult to find a vulnerability. After they lost that force buy after the pistol, they've been on high alert. Absolutely, and
I'm also personally wondering, you know, Michael, you are saying they've been on high alert. They've just slowed things down. I'm wondering about whether we're going to see any sort of, you know, hey, we're not going to reveal everything that we want to do over here. We don't want to show all of our rolls off. So, you know, you did see Techno going back towards Banana there as well. We've seen Annihilation there a few times. Honestly, if I'm looking at this, I've not really gained anything out of it in terms of what the style is going to be shifting over to.
It also does seem like some of it will be spawn-based. So this is an example where Techno actually had a forward spawn towards Banana, and he is now again trying to be an instigator in that area, whereas Hastica playing much further back, you know, prepping flashes for the retake on B. So yeah, it does feel like they're interchanging their roles.
Full Banana control given up, at the very least. There's no one in middle who can actually contest unless Katie's able to find a big shot. He needs to get it, but just can't connect. Fades away instead, and Loba. He might be too aggressive here. Annihilation wants to cover off. Peek out. See whether or not there's anyone close by. Molotov is there as well. Will not be spreading to either one of the players. He's missed the shot, but Techno's there to cover. Despite his earlier low HP, it'll be good enough for two. Hastika's demise has been met. Doc delivers death, but only temporarily. His license has been suspended. He's no longer a doctor. He's breaking the Hippocratic Oath.
And as well, after they get those kills over towards B, now they're suddenly crunching towards the A bomb side. Black Eagle certainly knows that it's coming, but one kill That second is actually quite nice. It puts it into a winnable position here for KD after he recovers an M4 as well. I don't know if this is on, you know, no kit, no utility as well, and they could be anywhere by the time he reaches the site, but they're already so deep in the hole.
Is there any point of punishing either? The economy is pretty damn good for the Mongols.
Yeah, and this M4 could very well find its way into Doc's or Loba's hands, respectively. You know, everybody bought. Yeah. You know, some floated some cash, so this will go a long way. But already 10 to 2, and the best they can hope is for them to somehow round it out with 5. But the Mongols have been unrelenting, even with a slim opportunity to get a multi-kill. Black Eagles didn't quite suffice.
Stats, baby.
Like you said, the economy doesn't really matter. The Mongols have kept the good times rolling. This Molotov did take some time to bloom, didn't it? Over towards the banana. Spawn's in the corner, he's fine, and then all of a sudden, he's very, very much on fire.
But don't worry, guys, they don't know. Never mind.
Yeah, they figured it out.
Techno, good stuff from him as well, right? Annihilation missing out a few of those. That could have been hairy if Techno hadn't covered, and he was naded down early, so he was on 47 HP. A lot can go wrong there.
Annihilation was the distraction somehow for Techno to get a couple of kills.
Ah, yes, the $5,000 decoy.
Yeah, that's, I mean, not really how I would have characterized it, but he served his purpose.
Well, even if Shocks and Smiths won't be at the major, maybe we can have some spiritual successes. Nah, I'm not disrespecting Annihilation like that, man. I'm not gonna do him dirty like that. Got some love for him at least.
And people were really laid it on thick for Adren all that time ago as well, yeah.
Gosh. And now look at him.
Yeah.
Not playing at all.
Oh.
Well, regardless, I think it's getting a bit increasingly clear that Mongols are sort of just out-skilling, out-playing, out-defaulting Loba and company. Twisted Minds for them. Can I even say that they have to look towards this as a learning experience and find a few rounds? Like, what are you taking away from this so far?
I mean, aside from maybe Rare Adam, this is the hardest team they could have faced in their opening round, you know, in terms of adjusting to how the setups are, adjusting to the pressure, because I think even in their qualifying route, that was where some of the dispute may have happened, where, you know, in the last couple of rounds, people went silent and maybe lost some of their voice that wouldn't have happened in normal circumstances. On LAN, you know, where you're facing the highest seed, one of the highest seeds in the tournament, you're always going to find that you're not quite playing the game that you expect out of yourself.
It's also actually quite interesting because I think that if they'd matched up against someone like Grayhound, it might have actually gone slightly better for them.
Perhaps.
Even though Grayhound's on paper, you know, should be just as good as these the other two. Just because Greyhound's the kind of team which likes to use a lot of the utility early rather than during site hits. And I think that's the kind of situation where, you know, you saw Spawn, put him down as a turret, man can turret, right? Loba's willing to take these swings and whatnot. It's just that more often than not, you are going to be flashed, you are going to be mollied, you are going to be covered off by 3 different angles rather than individual duels, which is sort of more the Greyhound style. So even though I think skill-wise and sort of placing-wise, Greyhound, IHC, and Rare Adam, MongolZ and Rare Adam are definitely on a similar level. It is interesting that they sort of did match up against one of the worst opponents for them.
Yeah, I think when we consider the whole package, you know, at the moment, it does feel like the Mongols do have there's a bit of a skill and conditioning disparity. You know, they understand where their baseline is very continuously, and it's constantly playing catch up here for the Twisted Minds, where, you know, that was going to be the reliance that they needed if they were going to win this matchup, is that when it came to these fights, when it came to understanding what was coming their way, they had to be that half-second faster than the Mongols guys, and just hope that they come out the gate slow. But even with the caveat of the rounds that they have been able to attain so far, it's just, unfortunately, you know, we're throwing in rounds that are a little bit more unconventional. You know, the best looking one we had was when they were on SMGs. You know, they ended up with that 5-on-3. But yeah, it's just there's just not a lot to really fixate on when you're kind of staring down the barrel of already a 10-round half from your opponent. Yeah. And this is where you would kind of expect more desperate plays to actually come to the forefront, which can only dig you deeper sometimes.
Well, of course, a reminder to the viewers as well, back at home while we've got the tech timeout going on. If you're wondering what to do because you're just listening to our voice and seeing our faces, you can also read some of the cool articles that are on Blast.tv. There's actually been a lot more publication being done over there recently. I think, God, I can't remember exactly, but I think they got the guy who was with Jackson once upon a time to be helping them out with their editorial stuff and whatnot. So yeah, that's some cool stuff coming out there. Make sure you go check that out as well. I know for a fact that there's going to be more interviews and information coming out during the RMR and whatnot as well. Schedules are there, this and that. Point is, it's a pretty cool place. Come check it out, hang out, get a bot. And I'm not talking about me on your server. Hey.
Yeah, I chose the yellow bot, so if I was gonna pick a color, that was the one.
I think I went for purple.
Ah,
Gotta have that nice shine to it, you know? I'm also a skins man. I think yellow skins are terrible, so there is also a bit of that in me.
Whoa! These are the colors
fuel
we have.
injector is the only good one.
Also, these are the colors we have for the Blast Major as a whole: purple and yellow, just as a combo.
Well,
so.
fortunately, the Blast Major doesn't have any actual guns with yellow skins in it. I'm fine with yellow as a color. But no, regardless, I think even looking over towards the overall RMR, it's really exciting to me personally because and obviously if you guys go back and look at the seedings for the actual major, the first seed from Asia is not actually ranked last in the 8 teams that are going to be in the first stage. The first seed of Asia is actually ranked 4th or 5th. So you're not going to be going up against that one European team that's really, really good, but they just flunked out of the qualifiers and the RMRs in the beginning. So you've actually got a much better chance of making it through the top 16. And if that happens, it would be the first time we've had an Asian team in the top 16 in years.
The chances that you're going to get like a cusp team or somebody that's been a bit more here or there, you know, someone like a Fnatic perhaps, if you're going to go to the European side of things, where they look good sometimes and then they look okay other times.
Sometimes they look good, sometimes they look bad.
Yeah, I mean that's the nature of things. You know, we have developed Counter-Strike to such a good foundation across the circuit, whether it's been the Asia region, South American, whether it's been, I think the North American scene is probably in the weirdest spot at the moment because it's somewhat occupied by South Americans.
Listen, I will have you know, the North American and South American teams are very strong, especially Liquid and Furia. They're contenders for the world, and that's why Asia is also a contender for the world because we beat them both. Well,
that is, I guess that is some way to twist the logic. But we've done such a good job of sort of culminating knowledge and play styles across the circuit. I don't even think there is a good way that you can discern what a European or a CIS kind of Counter-Strike even looks like anymore, because everything is so intertwined, so intermingled.
This is leading into a bet trigger that Michael and I definitely had, which was the idea of Asian Counter-Strike.
It's not just us, you know, anybody that follows the scene, you know, when you characterize Asian Counter-Strike, I don't even know what that means, to be quite honest, because I think if you said Asian Counter-Strike was unorganized and fast and very aim-dependent, CIS Counter-Strike has also been that in the past. Let's not pretend like that isn't something that exists elsewhere.
And listen, man, aim-dependent. Have you seen G2? Right?
Well,
you want to talk about aim-dependent? These guys, those guys are winning 2v4s and 2v5s consistently every time they win a tournament. That's the most aim-dependent thing I've ever heard of, right? But obviously, Twisted Mind so far been unable to depend on their aim to the same extent. I can't say I'm entirely happy with their performance so far, but you know what? Maybe there's something out there that can ease your burden if you're a fan of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, no, I think that we're gonna have to, see how they mature in their next round of games, because I think at the moment they've tried some ideas, and sure they've worked to a certain degree, but yeah, it's that sort of replicating the right behaviors to counteract what's coming their way. But that's unfortunately what's hard to read, because the Mongols have been changing up their ideas. They're always going to understand as well that they are not expected to win this game, and they've said as much. But I want to see them come out of their shell. I think we've seen, like you said, very rehearsed, almost procedural plays for how they want to approach areas. But they should also probably stay away from like staple first pick territory maps against the opponents that they're going up against. We looked at that video and we thought, why on earth Inferno? You know, try and take it somewhere else, surely.
God, I swear to God, just no reason imaginable for that one. But that being said, guys, we are going to go to a short break. We're still trying to figure out exactly what's going wrong. I'm going to go down there, shout out some wires, and maybe that'll make things work. In the meanwhile, we've got our production, obviously, stuffing everything out as well. We're going to be back up for a short break. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. back in the action we go. Mongols looking to close out, but they've started off nice well. Spawn, however, has got other plans. Techno's gone. Over's early flash helps him out with that, and there's no follow-up coming in from behind. MongolZ, VERTEX down and away. 3 down, and Twisted Minds looking rejuvenated.
Yeah, very assertive way to come out of the tech pause. You know, a little change of pace. And exactly what I wanted to see out of the Twisted Minds, getting out of their shell a bit, getting out of their heads, and getting into the faces of the Mongols. They do so without losing a single casualty. A 3rd round for the Twisted Minds.
All right. I'm down with these changes coming through. That's quite nice to see. The Minds might not look the happiest, but they know the job's not done. Even so, this is exactly what we were hoping for. A little bit more aggression across all the map, a little bit more isolation. Get a flash out or two, take some peeks, and you can boogie.
It's also one of those maps in the pool where it does feel like there's a certain amount of momentum that you can carry through. Like, I'm not really a massive believer in the momentum philosophy to a certain extent. You know, theoretically you can have the same half, but for a team like Twisted Minds, you know, especially if they're fairly limit testy, you know, they try to go to and push those limits. That confidence is important. Black Eagle taking a lot of damage to that Molotov. Thought it wasn't going to spread, but singes his feet. But he now hears what's coming his way. The flashes are great. The Mongols hot on their heels.
Are they going for a full archer split? But VERTEX was found. The lurk is gone, and now blast over as well. Black Eagle only good for the 1. Let's smoke the segment off. Isn't aware that there's a push coming in from behind. Loba's coming through. Blitz is gone. Has to go in and out, and Loba's not even needed to activate Annihilation. All that is left, and despite maybe a flop line or 2 here and there, it will still be 4 alive and 4 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like whatever the issue is, they've gotten it out of their system, and it is really benefiting them. Fast on the rotate, able to recognize what's coming their way nice and quick, evading, you know, losing a player on that short side. Really well done. Play contained, make them work for every single frag, and right now the Mongols stumbling to get those on the board. And considering their money was looking so good for such a long time in this half, now they're down to pistols alongside a trio of rifles. This could be a nice way to close out the half if Twisted Minds are able to convert to a 5th.
Okay, guys. I mean, Hastiker goes down over there, even if spawn is pretty goddamn low. Loba's got out the auto shotty. Auto snipey.
Yeah.
Not quite the same range.
Yeah, a little further in the distance. Or that could be the way back in.
Box covering off apartments again. He needs to find this one. Gets it. Freebie. You'd think so, but a headshot still found, and he will fade off and fade away. KD covers, but not quite well enough. Annihilation found it with a deagle. Aggression coming in out of apartments as well. Now spotted. Black Eagle's been really missing out a few crucial moments. Stock as well. Just can't land the shot and spawn. The only one to frag. Pistol out. Stock still fighting. Annihilation alive.
Oh.
They're so low, but he can't get it done. 5 to 10. They at least get themselves the bare minimum give themselves a chance in this one.
the second half, and after what was an illustrious start, suddenly we had a twist, a turn, a mind-bending end to the half as Twisted Minds took it 3-0 after we came out of a tech pause. Of course, joining me on the microphone, tea time for the second half. Listen, I don't know what to expect now moving into the second half, just simply because as much as I want to believe in the Twisted Minds making a comeback, getting a little resurgence, some confidence built, I also do shudder at the idea of the Mongols' CT side.
Can I be cliche? I'm going to be cliche. Expect the unexpected, Michael. Maybe, just maybe, Twisted Minds can bring it back. But the odds don't think so. It's a 102 to 900. Okay, you know what? I might be siding with the odds in that one. The Unicorn might have got it right.
Yeah, just no belief in the momentum journey or how it's all going to pan out. Aggressive down middle, a couple of players, in fact a trio in from the Mongols, and they're in their face nice and quick. Loba overrun, and Spawn does nothing to help him, nothing to save him. They're losing numbers across the map, down to 3.
They're so damn split apart. There's no way they can go. They have to fight their way out, and the fight just seems to be completely out of them as well. Doc close in on, and he is going to try and aggress through. Bartek on the other side, the only 1v1 he can think about, but he's losing teammates in the meanwhile. Black Eagle down and out. Doc good for the 1, maybe the 2. Has to pick up the ace, but it will not happen. Has to cut. Comes out to see.
Yeah, I mean, just really, really nice job. Didn't play quite as slowly as we saw from the Mongol side on their pistol. You know, they tried to spread out and search for clues nice and quickly on that Mongol side. Not too dissimilar to what the Twisted Minds did on their pistol, respectively, but they pushed through the apartments instead of gutting it down mid. Assertive, and already putting the fact that they lost those last 3 rounds out of the first half behind them.
Monster's picking up the B-bomb site with, you know, so it is the same Mara playing as he was standing in for that.
I've also just noticed that Annihilation's head is like halfway down his...
He's a short king.
Yeah.
To be honest, he's quite tall.
He's a tall dude,
he's
yeah.
a tall boy, to be honest.
They're compensating somewhere.
Doesn't want his head sticking out so much, it's harder to get the headshot in, you know, that's what I've heard.
And is that what an Annihilation peak looks like?
Well, so far all they have to do is make sure they're not getting digged out, right? Just playing it chill, playing it fun, but you gotta be careful that you don't get to a position where you've been overrun by a single flashbang and a Molotov, which is exactly what they have. Bartek smokes off the molly, wants to take the angles through. Black is not catching him. Loba and Black Eagle, good for a couple of pieces. They somehow goes by unnoticed with a triple, switches out weapons. The MAC-10's what should be putting Spawn to rest. Loba finally getting into things, and it is a 1-on-2. He's got at least a chance to be able to bring it back if he gets his quick shot, but no, will not be happening. Bomb is out in his hands, and Mongols will find the 12 blitz. What a triple.
What a save. I mean, he gets 4 kills in the end, doesn't he? So, you know, swept up on a couple of low players, but then just able to duck himself away long enough to sustain and hold onto that site for the rotates. So, yeah, an absolute hero, an absolute tank, and the blitz that we want to see for the Mongols moving forward, but it does feel like we are now entering the territories where the opening segments, I felt like I wanted Twisted Minds to bring it a little closer, but now the distance is only built for the Mongols.
But in the meanwhile, they keep getting aggressive. MAC-10 closing the distance, but no. Nothing really to be found. Still the jump ups, hoppity hops. They'll find information, but information that gives them really nothing.
Yeah, and a nice solid takeover towards B. You can see the Mongols peeling back towards their site because they realize they're running low on resources.
Can't believe, by the way, they have 4 spot again. Kind of insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they had the util to contest this area of the map. They're already so far gone that it does feel like they just need to clamor together one of these rounds. Already not succeeding. 2 kills, fool the way of the Mongols, and they don't even wait for the util to sail out. They try to contact their way through, only to find a very, very appetizing set of duels. Only that they were on the right side of the dinner platter.
Sorry, I had to get that one out.
Yeah, they were feasted upon.
Maybe still the food's still alive, you know, maybe this is a lobster situation. Trying to snap away as you cook it. KD won't be finding anything though. Blitz will be able to clear out archers, and as the noise is made, steps have been given out. They're going up and through short. Smoke's dissipated, yes, but Blitz is covering off the rotate as well. VERTEX is here with Annihilation. Not a single casualty. Players might be low, but Mongols are very happy with how things are going. You can see it. Smiles and teeth out for Hastika.
Yeah, nice little chuckle. Things are going swimmingly. And that force buy, I think they realize again that their opponent has sunk deeper. And so how do you continue to approach this? Do you keep going for forces? Doesn't feel like the best choice, but there will be an attempt made, at least as far as weaponry. Loba does have 1 AK in his possession. It's had a pretty quiet game, Loba, under a lot of siege over on the B-bomb side, and sometimes when he was transitioning to A, it's just far too late, so definitely difficult to be in the right spot.
This is reminding me of what we saw from Twisted Minds as well. Annihilation covers off KD, and VERTEX going for the full goddamn flank. He might be able to find the bomb, to be honest, but Blitz in the meanwhile is just wanting all the kills. Poor VERTEX.
Yeah. Kind of left out high and dry, but it's all well and good. Pistols have not accomplished too much, and another one full. Black Eagle's M4 is stripped out of his hands. And sure, there might be a big brain on the logo, but right now the resurrected Mongols are chewing straight through them. They're zombifying them.
Zombies are supposed to fight back, though.
No, I mean, the Twisted Minds of the brain, the Mongols are the zombies.
The zombies are kind of like deadly. They actually fight you. Like, zombies are supposed to kill the humans. I don't see them killing anyone.
What do you... the Twisted Minds of the brains. You're killing the Mongols are the zombies. They resurrected this organization.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
I'm not
I felt I had to explain the whole damn thing. I had to walk you there.
Fair. You know what?
Maybe your brain's the one getting eaten.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Michael, even if you do go over my head.
Sometimes, man. Sometimes.
Loba, though. Wants to go into their heads. No, nothing found. Annihilation. Leg's been clipped, but that's the best that Loba could hope for.
Prepped. Hastika primed for a flash, and the jump peek, couldn't have been better placed. Doc caught, Loba tried to compensate, and now Spawn just keeps him trapped, but the Molotov finds some decent damage, down to 27 and a deficit. KD was already low from earlier.
Annihilation's also taking the aggressive stance. Spawn is gone. And Twisted Minds, I think they might have come to realize it already, but this is very much just accepting fate being where it is. Black Eagle, KD, splitting up, deciding to try and make this a couple of consecutive one-on-ones, but Blitz has noticed, VERTEX been given the call. Smoke back out over towards Banana. Black Eagle trying to move around, find anything. Will connect on a VERTEX. Clean shot on a Blitz as well. So through the smoke, brings it back to a 2-on-2. Techno Annihilation don't have any utility, but they do both have kids.
Get into the pit. Yeah, KD finally finding Techno. Smoke faded, and now it's only Annihilation. And HE, it could be well placed if KD sits in the same position, but Annihilation just puts it through the site and does decent damage, but that's all unconfirmed. Hoping for a free kill, hoping for one right back, but now realizing that it's too far gone. The Twisted Minds not going out without a fight. Black Eagle saving them on this A play.
Gives them at least one T-side round. You know, there's that to work with. And in all fairness, Black Eagle had a poor CT side. I think he flubbed a lot of his lines. He was having a lot of mistakes, missprays here and there. And maybe that's just the nerves coming into it and sort of just, you know, you're collecting yourself here and now. But if he can start performing a bit more, do I think they have a chance at Inferno? Probably not. But that's something
warm up into games into the future.
Exactly. Lower bracket, you want to look a little bit better. You want to have your best suit on, get your aim on. And yeah, hopefully at least they can wind into that.
Of course, going to the lower bracket, you would not be playing today. You know, you have to worry about the games to follow in a follow-up day, where that's where the best of threes happen, and you can really focus on how to approach vetoes as well. Gives you a bit of leeway, a bit of room. Another opening game as far as all of the teams are concerned, so yeah, could have a lot to reflect upon, a lot to talk about after this game. Twisted Minds, it does feel like this is a little too far gone, taking a lot of damage through nades. The Mongols are already taking space towards Banana, and these Molotovs aren't doing a whole lot to flush them out of position. Hastika even striking blood first.
What's going on with VERTEX, man? He's just so aggressive again in the apartments. He's hoping to find something late into it when the rotation back to Ace will be activating. But Black Eagles got this one. Freebie collected. Yes, please. Back to a 4-on-4. No chance of regaining advantage. Not unless Blitz can find a kill here, but he's retreated back to the bomb site early. Wants to enable Annihilation speak forward just by covering off his apartments, and that will be leading to his death. KD comes in. Timing caught. Annihilation now. Rock in a hard place, and he can't break either. Doc comes through and takes over. Another round coming through from the Twisted Minds.
Yeah, even if he was able to get that kill, they were spaced so close together that they would have found that trade. So Annihilation was in for a world of hurt, swarmed on all sides. But again, I think it's just another round which Black Eagle kind of enables. You know, that first kill through the apartments, it's a bit of an aggressive move from VERTEX, but he makes sure to be meticulous while clearing those apartments. Could have very easily just gone to the end of it, tried to find a lurking kill on an A-site player, but yeah, dotting all the I's. And it pulled all the rest of the Mongols players out of position because of it.
I don't think they should be finding this at least, right? Now.
Yeah, no need to chase.
Annihilation should have enough money for the... No, he doesn't for the AWP. No, not quite at that loss bonus. Only a single round loss bonus, of course, 1900. Wouldn't be surprised if they try and make it maybe a little bit more defensive. Just see exactly what they can do sitting on the bomb sites as well. We know that Mongols have certainly been able to play that kind of CS in the past.
I don't know if you noticed, there was a ghost flying around with only arms on that replay.
Only arms? That's the wrong kind of only thing. Sort of.
Yeah. It's kind of spooky. I don't know what kind of ghosts the Twisted Minds have conjured up, but they put a lot of their skeletons back into the closet. Seems like they've come in with a bit of a reset focus, considering that first half was a bit of a
Blitz.
affair. Listen, if he stood in it and he found a kill, he would have certainly been happy, but nobody peeked, no one tried to challenge. Again, it's cold currently in Mongolia, so let's just warm it up.
Mom, the heater's not working. Look at this look, though. Back to Arches. This is a real possibility. KD on the other side, though. Annihilation's reading into it. Last time, KD was able to get the better of Blitz, but he's moved back into Arches to CT. Rejigging back. Annihilation's caught off. Brought down. Doesn't expect the second player. Blitz will get revenge, but it's still so much space given over. Short is about to be assaulted. VERTEX has to put up a defense. Will he be able to do so with just an MP9? Push coming through. Blitz gets one. VERTEX can't pair together anything. In the meanwhile, Blitz will double up, but Doc to re-bring it back. And it's a 2-on-2. Bomb site still yet to be planted upon. The smoke goes a bit awry. Hastika will think about making a play through the second one right as it's dissipating. Doc, though, will have Loba to cover it off. A 2-on-1. Techno's all they have left.
Yeah, and probably just going to call this one quits. That was the way back into this round. If he was somehow able to stabilize, bring it to a 1-on-1, that was best case scenario. Doc was vulnerable on that site. And considering Blitz started this round with, what, 20 HP, for him to somehow net himself into 3 kills by playing positionally, certainly a chance at it. Techno going for damage. No kit available on him. Neither one dropped nearby. So just wants to make sure this AWP is out of their hands and make it so that their weapons are also taken out of the equation. Surely he's on the defuse. Wait. No, we need to go back. He doesn't. He had a kit. He had a kit.
God.
I didn't see it.
I don't think anyone did, honestly.
I thought for sure that was simply a damage play, but Techno sneaks on in at the last possible second. They're trying to get away from the bomb site because that radius is huge.
Huge misplay coming out from there. I think Blitz might have actually been the person having a kit on the bomb site, so Techno was able to recover, and obviously Blitz died so close to where the bomb was planted anyway. But no. That's massive, absolutely massive. Twisted Minds, what could have really been a pathway to get them to double digits now instead becomes completely different. Speaking of completely different,
what a smoke.
That's a little bit levitating.
Yeah.
You got armless ghosts, you got zombies, you got levitating smokes. Is this Source 2?
Oh, God. The spirits of what is to come. Spirit of the Future, but KD has been doing great over towards the Archers, finding Blitz this time, not Annihilation. His position is held over towards B, and being able to sweep up KD would have been a nice little benefit here for Bartak, but now crunched in from both sides. Retake does seem like it's a losing possibility, but Techno's been great so far at taking them.
They might be able to cut off the players before they actually recover the bomb as well. Hasika, you have to keep an eye out for him and what the play is going to be. Bomb drop off, shot missed. Doc's not able to trade it. Will finally do so, but only 21 HP. Annihilation covers as well. And another round that was in their hands has slipped through, but maybe Spawn can close it soon. A one-on-one. Annihilation to cover. He's been legendary with the clutches, no matter where he goes, but here and now needs to win it. Spawn will find him, takes him down, and an 8 secured for Twisted Minds.
So very close for Annihilation to clutch that one back and put this one to rest. But not to be. Losing his supporting cast over towards Moto felt like it was a stretch too far. That one player made all the difference. Yeah, not out of the woods just yet. Down to pistols now, the Mongols. These are rounds that, again, you want to build some confidence for the Twisted Minds. They came in with no expectations. They don't expect to win, but that can somewhat be liberating.
Yeah.
And now that they've gotten a little taste of what some of these round wins feel like, hopefully they don't lose that palate.
Don't go into the stack, guys. Don't think it'll matter regardless. Techno was the only one here, and sure, he's been a pretty damn good hand at a few difficult rounds, but not this time. Mongols will most likely be conceding 10. And honestly, man, double digits, considering you've had a few, heartbreakers, that 1v2 from Techno, right, coming through over there. The Blitz 4K where he gets 4 from Mini, they were space.
To win the second round after losing the pistol, only to then lose the follow-up to their force, yeah. There've been a few to forget about, not rounds that you're gonna want to linger on too long. It does seem like the defense is being stretched a bit thin, just about how they divvy responsibility is part of what we were kind of fixating on for the Mongols was roles. Some of that is, Hastika, but it also seems like Blitz is a bit more hyperactive, darting between spaces, maybe even compensating for what Annihilation wants to do. They're just going to run at the Twisted Minds with all this util that's down, and chewing them up is Loba, Spawn right behind him as well, and these USPs get a whole lot of nothing. Blitz the only one to get a counter kill, but that AK can still be saved, no problem sweeping up to a 10th.
I think Loba just bumped up his HLTV rating by like 0.3. 4 eco frags will do that to you, of course. But regardless, important to get the frags anyway. And he gets it on the Mac 10, so, you're not going to be in a situation where, oh, we won a round with only a 1 player left alive. We can't bind the next one, right? So at least there's that.
Yeah, Techno up to 24 kills, by the way. You're talking about how he's had a solid game so far. Numbers very much in line with that.
Oh.
Got around the corner as well. Doc not even tanking that nade for doing some damage in response. And while it's not confirmed, the smoke is down, they might be able to see blood on the wall, so something to think about. You can piece things together quite nicely. Super sleuth it.
Blitz. You know exactly what he's setting up. Oh, he's waiting for the push to come through, but he's only good for one spot. So one who gets a team kill, but doubles up on the other side, so he's fine regardless. Annihilation caught out with the gun away. Rotation still so far. Can they make it over? KD has crossed through. Should have that one for free, but Techno! This covers him and takes him down. Nade now follow through Spawn. The man with a lot of highlights on him wants to come in for the last one, but instead the Mongols will be able to seal the deal. Twisted Minds will not be able to come through with a big upset. 10 rounds is nice, but they could have seen that going maybe even a little bit further.
Yeah, I mean, a real solid swing at it when it came through. We had quite a few moments where things didn't look great for the Twisted Minds, but they were able to recoup a little bit, have some rounds that really threw the Mongols off, but this was always going to be the hardest game that they could have ahead of them. The Mongols definitely one of the highest seeds, the one that have a lot of attention drawn to them. They've had international chances, and the Twisted Minds are just feeling things out.
And I have to say, I'm sure that this wasn't the Mongols at their best, but I wasn't entirely impressed with what they had, especially on the CT side, right? Like, VERTEX looked like he was being a little bit weaker. Personally, I thought that on the A side, Anka, I didn't really see those highlight plays coming up from him. If they're putting up a big defense on the A side, it's because Blitz managed to get in position on site, right?
Yeah.
It's not because VERTEX is playing in pit, and I'm thinking, it's all right, they've got VERTEX in pit. So I'm not quite getting that same vibe from the Mongols. That being said, nice to see Black Eagle sort of get things together towards the end as well. Even there, last round, you see KD missing out on a crucial shot that arguably he should have been able to find. There's hope, you know, in the lower bracket for these guys.
Yeah, and I think as well, like you're sort of mentioning, the Mongols do look vulnerable to a certain degree. They're missing some of their shots when it came down to it. That the little stretch of form there from the Twisted Mind, some of that was characterized by, well, getting caught out by timings, or even just underestimating what kind of plays were available to these lurking positions as well, because that's where, you know, we saw KD have some impact. And
look, if you're outlining sort of the individuals of you know, such as Mongols and whatnot, I think the scoreboard is going to be great for that, because I think Spawn definitely had a few moments on the CT side. You look back to that M4 hold over the B bomb side that they ended up losing, unfortunately, but 19 frags, pretty respectable showing from him. Black Eagle as well, recovering nicely. I would have liked a bit more from Doc, though.
Yeah, no, I felt like he almost couldn't do things because of where they were sort of setting their assets in early rounds, especially on that CT side. I thought Doc would be a little bit more assertive, you know, definitely someone that can provide highlights, can definitely troll when it comes to the way that they play sort of FPL games and, you know, takes those risks. But against the Mongols, didn't seem like that was a part of his wheelhouse.
Absolutely, and look, VERTEX, like we mentioned, not having the best of times, only 7 kills out for him as well. He was struggling.
Yeah, and I think that's just been a part of how his journey has gone. You know, a young guy that's coming into this roster, there's definitely things that you want to see improve from him as time goes on. But that it may be even part of why Hastika's back in. You know, a secondary mentorship figure that has worked with them previously. That's where the development has to stem from. But I think, you know, the rest of the squad, the foundation, even, you know, Hastika looked pretty solid in the way that he was opening rounds.
Yeah, Hastika on the T side especially actually looked really willing to make those plays and everything. And I am curious to see whether or not that B-bomb side presence of Hastika is going to be changing things around. But that being said, though, I do think we've got a winners interview coming in very shortly as well. We should have Mac over there. Let's take a look at what the Mongols have to say.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Techno from the Mongols. Obviously, a good win to start off the day. That must feel pretty good to kick off the RMR.
Yeah, that's good.
Awesome. All right, well, look, tell me a little bit about having the event in Mongolia. I know this is kind of a big thing for you guys. It's the first big international event that's being held here. Is it important for you guys to have events like this in Mongolia?
It's really good for us, of course, yeah, because we have no flight and no tired yet.
So do you think it's a bit of an advantage maybe over some of the other teams that have to travel?
I don't think so, any advantage, but we're so comfortable now. Yeah.
Nice to play at home, nice to be comfortable. Now tell me, obviously, lots of discussion about the roster changes recently. You know, you haven't played with Hastika in any officials in the lead up to this event. Has that impacted the preparation at all, or are you guys feeling really comfortable and confident coming in?
We're so comfortable and confident because he's really fitting good for us. Yeah, really fast fitting. And I said once before, he was our former teammate in Checkmate. Yeah.
All right. Next game as well that's coming up on the broadcast is going to be Rare Atom and VERTEX, and that will also be the winner of that match is who you will play later on today. So, how do you see that matchup going? Who do you think you'll face again later on today?
I think Rare Atom is gonna play against us, yeah.
All right, and would you say Rare Atom is maybe one of the other strong teams at this event? Who do you see as your closest competitors or the scariest teams for you guys?
Maybe Grayhound? Yeah, Rare Atom and Grayhound.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you very much, Techno, for the interview. I know you've got another match to prepare for, so I won't take any more of your time, and that will give us time as well to get ready for our next game, which will be Rare Atom and VERTEX. We'll see you in a sec.
And obviously, you know, coming up next will be Rare Adam versus VERTEX. Any quick thoughts for that one, Michael, before we send it off?
I mean, I've always been a fan of the Rare Adam guys, to be honest. I'm Malaysian as well, so Kazu's kind of stolen my heart in that front. So
how long has this been, like, love story been going on? Because every single time, like, oh, Kazu's stolen my heart. Oh, just because he almost 1v5 versus Na'Vi,
yeah,
right?
I mean, listen, dude, he's a good player. What do you want from me?
No, that's fair, absolutely. I think that'll be interesting. But obviously, down in the lower bracket, it will be Twisted Minds going up against a loser of that, I believe. I'm a bit confused, but that's because I want you guys to go check out Blast.tv, where all of the information and situation is over there as well. Right?
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, that's exactly where you want to go. I mean, of course, I mean, the idea that we were able to sort of track those stats in real time as well, look back at previous rounds is always quite nice to do. So, yeah, no, I think that there's a lot to reflect on, but, you know, we have to look at Twisted Minds in a future date, perhaps.
Absolutely, and obviously for the Mongols, they're going to be going up next up against the winner of Rare Adam versus VERTEX, so that should be interesting over there as well. And for the Mongols, you know, Techno mentioning about how they're not particularly worried about what exactly is going on in the camp with, you know, we don't have any advantage of being in Mongolia, this and that, whatever. They seem chill.
Yeah, no, I think that, you know, we always understood that the chemistry, the rapport that's there, it was going to be a fast fit. So kind of excited to see what the kind of heights the Mongols can reach with this new lineup.
Absolutely, and obviously for them expectations are going to be high, expectations are going to be aimed for the entire crown, and if they're not able to get that, I think even not getting the first seed might be a bit of a disappointment for them, to be fair. But obviously to all of you guys back home tuning in and wondering what exactly are these teams fighting for, they're fighting for a chance at a slot at the last ever Counter-Strike Global Offensive Major being held in Paris underneath the Blast TV umbrella. This is going to be an absolute spectacle of gargantuan proportions, and very much one of the last chances that Asian CS actually has to seal in, maybe add in a bit more than a footnote into the history of CSGO beyond, you know, that original TYLOO lineup, because now it seems like we've got at least 3 teams from the APAC region that can genuinely contest for being top 20. There's a lot on the line.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we want to see whether or not the Asia region and the Pacific region can actually represent either of these, I mean, do actual damage when it gets to the main stage of Paris. But it's all about whether or not we can actually get there. We have only gone through 1 round so far. Next up, VERTEX versus Rare Adam, but we're going to have to shoot it off to a break before we're back with the action.
Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
G'day guys, welcome. Obviously a few tech issues, we're running through it, but that one was my fault. Don't blame anyone else but me.
T-Time did you dirty. He got you really good.
He's got me good. Either way, listen, welcome back. It's the Blast RMR, and we're super looking forward to jumping into our second game of the day. Mac, I was just saying the first game, maybe a little bit tighter than what we would have anticipated right toward the end there. Took a little bit longer for the Mongols to close it out.
We'll call that a fake comeback. All right, look, a little bit to get the blood boiling for Twisted Minds, but unfortunately they couldn't make it happen, and it felt like, you know, Mongols, it was going to happen at some point. The question was just when. But look, it eventually happened. Either way, diverted the conversation back to Rare Adam up against VERTEX. It's going to be an interesting affair. Of course, Rare Adam coming in as the very, very heavy favourites. So, look, I wouldn't say no to an upset. It is VERTEX.
I mean,
VERTEX.
Yeah, look, that's the thing, right? You've got 2 Australians on the broadcast now, so if you're going to get any kind of hope or any kind of hype maybe for the VERTEX boys, it's probably going to come from us. What I will say is on the other side of the coin, I do actually think Rare Adam is the best team at this event. So it's very hard for me to justify a world where I think that VERTEX will come through from this matchup with a win.
You say that.
I say it.
But you did just talk to Techno, and they were most worried about Grayhound. So
that is true.
Who knows? Who knows what's going down here? Like, it's really, really crazy at the moment that, you know, in these best of ones, there is huge upset potential. This could be one of the games where there's some upset potential. I'm also looking more forward towards the later on games today, where there are some really, really close matchups, and there's no real understanding on which way those games are going to go.
Yeah.
Like, you got teams like TYLOO, which are a crazy upset team. Like VERTEX have been doing a lot of work going into this RMR as well. And Rare Adam, like, who knows what they're bringing. I've barely seen them, so they've probably been hard at work as well around here.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket here, Mac, and just sort of catch back up with how things have been so far today. Obviously, we've only had the 1 game. As you guys would have seen, it is the Mongols that moved forward over Twisted Minds. I think very much the expected result there. I mean, if you've sort of listened to any of the conversations in the lead up to this event, Mongols, Rare Adam, Grayhound kind of seem to be the big 3, and the question on most people's lips is which 2 of those 3 are going to be going through to the Blast TV Major in Paris. Look, as you've mentioned, there are obviously upset potentials throughout this bracket, and the fact that we do have best of ones not only in the initial round of the upper bracket, but also in the second round of the upper bracket. I can see a weird world where, you know, like you say, maybe TYLOO can get the upset over Grayhound.
Yeah.
I personally, as you would have seen in the graphic earlier, did predict Grayhound in that matchup. I think Grayhound is the better team, but look, TYLOO's TYLOO. You bring them into an Asia minor and they can really do anything. Like, they've been around the block plenty of time. Summer and Attacker certainly have been here since the start of pretty much Asian Counter-Strike in Global Offensive, and you know, they've picked up a couple of very impressive players over recent times as well. I know everyone's excited to see Dan King playing. So look, we won't get too much into that discussion just yet, but that is the next match coming up, and I think there's definitely upset potential there. As far as the matchup that we're about to watch, though, look, I want to have some faith. I want to have some excitement here for VERTEX, and I do think that they're a good team. I think that they're doing enough within the ANZ sort of region to make me have some faith that they can cause some issues for some teams at this event. But going up against Rare Atom in your very first game at an Asian RMR, especially with a team that is relatively untested at this level of competition, right? Aside from Malta and Hazza, none of these guys have played at an RMR or a minor before. Granted, obviously Malta has a lot of experience in that department. Hazza has been around a little bit back in the day, but even I would say even for Hazza, this is kind of a level which he hasn't been able to compete at in recent times certainly, but in the majority of his career as well. So look, there's a few question marks for me how they're going to perform. I know they've had some sort of reps recently overseas as well in Blast events too, but it wasn't as if those were, you know, massive standout performances or anything like that. It doesn't give us anything to say, look, they should definitely be a hot contender for this event. I think they're a good team, but look, Rare Atom is Rare Atom, and it's hard to go past that.
Yeah, Rare Atom, look, one of the favorites, one of the big three that we have here at the event. VERTEX, arguably, look, there's some individuals I want to see really perform, like PZ, I want to see what he can do up against the likes of Rare Atom today. Addict, another big name to see what he's going to be able to do internationally. Has been very, very solid domestically on the rifle, but when it comes to international, he hasn't really had a huge shot just yet. Hazza as well, you know, he's had a couple of international reps and has seemed to be pretty consistent in the Australian scene lately. You know, there's always that question of inconsistency with Hazza himself. And then Brace, I'd argue he's pretty inconsistent too. But when Brace is playing well, that is when VERTEX almost look their most dangerous.
I mean, look, to be honest with you, I don't think that we really should be saying, oh, it needs to be Brace doing the heavy lifting in the fragging department. Like, in an ideal world, that's not the case. In an ideal world, PZ's popping off. Obviously, Addict has been really impressive lately domestically. And so for me, again, I think I look at those two, and I've said this in our domestic matchups as well. I've always looked towards, you know, the likes of PZ and the likes of Addict to probably be leading from the front. You can take a look at the lineup here and give you guys an idea of who you're going to be looking forward to watching in the server. So again, in my opinion, PZ, Addict are the ones to watch, and you can kind of see that is proven, I suppose, a little bit by the rating that's coming through from those two as well. Malta as well, you know, I think he's a bit of an underrated player. I think he's someone that tends not to get a lot of the spotlight really in the teams that he's playing. Yeah. But he, in my mind, is a bit of a big game player, right? I think when there's an important game on the line, Malta's definitely someone that you can rely on, and so that is something I think that actually VERTEX is really going to need to rely on at an event like this, because they've got, you know, like a lot of inexperience across this roster, and he is kind of like that cool head. He is that guy that's going to come through and potentially be, you know, for lack of a better word, the dad of the team, although, you know, I don't think it necessarily plays out like that, but yeah, he's certainly going to be the one that should be most comfortable in this situation. Yeah,
100%. I feel like, you know, we had a chat with them earlier. They're all feeling quietly confident, like as confident as you can be going up against the likes of Rare Atom. Rare Atom, we haven't really had a chance to really talk to. We did see him before, and they all looked confident. But you know that they probably know that they are one of the better teams here, and they're probably the best Chinese team here as well.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, that's
majority
Chinese.
Chinese.
I think for the most part, most people would say they are definitely the #1 Chinese team, and then obviously the debate more so is, are they the best Asian team? And for the most part, I would say yes. I think that they are. That at least is my opinion. Now there is one glaring weak link on this roster, and everyone sort of loves to talk about Advent, and I do too. You know, I'm a big Advent fan, but I'm also, you know, not a big Advent fan. It sort of depends on the mood on the day. But I think outside of that, you've obviously got a really, really strong core of this roster, and Advent sort of brings the brains to the pack. So it does seem like it's kind of working nicely for Rare Atom at the moment. They did recently play again overseas in a Blast event. Didn't go too well for them. They were able to take a map off of Big, which I thought was impressive. But my issue with Rare Atom and with this roster is that they'll have like one good map or maybe two good maps, but their depth doesn't really speak volumes, I don't think. You don't say, okay, well, beyond Inferno and maybe Nuke, like where do we see this team really having a lot of reps and having a lot of you know, ability to sort of close games out, especially internationally. Like that for me is the question mark. But domestically, I mean, here within Asia, I think they've probably got the chops to beat everyone. Yeah, and look, you're looking at the likes of MongolZ as well, right? Like this man has just been doing big work overseas. The amount of players him and Jam Young individually can put on the board is like crazy. Yep. And I feel like Kaze can also be a little bit inconsistent, but you know, when he's on, he's on. Yeah, indeed. Look, I mean, again, I think for me, any 4 of the 5 members on Rare Atom can definitely be the player to sort of run away with the game here. We're not expecting anything from Advent, but any of the other guys, 100% ready to go. Yeah. That's all you got to say? That's all I got for you. All right. Well, look, I'm not too sure. I think we've got an interview coming up, Max, so hopefully we'll be able to jump on over to that one and see how things are going. No interview. Don't worry about it, Mac. Don't worry about it. We're not ready just yet.
Man, I could give you an interview, Loogie. But
What
what do you think of this game, man?
All right. As far as this game is concerned, I think VERTEX will be happy if they get double digits.
Okay.
That's it.
Is that all?
That's the conversation, man. I'm just
Double digits. That's what Twisted Minds got, and it was like fake comeback.
But to be honest, I would even make the argument that the double digits that Twisted Minds got, like it wasn't necessarily representative of the way that game played out. Like that could have ended 16-7, 16-6, and that would have been a bit more representative of things. Anyway,
I got one for you.
What's that?
Vetoes, right? We're not there yet, but what map do you think we're going to? Because I feel like today is going to be a big day of Mirage for a lot of the teams. I don't know if, VERTEX have been working on something behind the scenes to try to change up that map pool going into the RMR, but, Rare Adam, we've seen them play a fair bit of maps lately, like a pretty large map pool.
I guess that is one of those things, and especially with Anubis being just added to the map pool as well, that does throw a bit of a curveball in. A lot of these teams probably haven't really got the reps on Anubis yet that they would like. I know within the conversations I've been having with some of the Aussie players, they haven't been able to practice it maybe as much as they would like, with the exception probably of Grayhound when they were playing over in Malta.
Yeah.
I've seen a few VODs and demos of Rare Adam playing Anubis as well, so I know that is in their map pool as well. I haven't really seen them do too much on that internationally, but
I saw them playing a little bit of Overpass too. They let that slide into a couple of
Rare Adam
best
or
of ones. Yeah, Rare Adam.
Yeah.
VERTEX as well, love a little bit of Overpass. So that could be on the cards.
Overpass has always been a weird one for Rare Adam in my opinion. Like if we go back to when we were watching TYLOO and Vici, as Rare Adam used to be known, back in the sort of online era of Counter-Strike, like 2020, 2021, I'm sort of talking. I recall Overpass being a map that Rare Adam chose in a couple of instances in like BO5 finals as like one of the later maps in the pool, and it never really went very well for them. And I was always like, this is not a good pick. They were picking it into TYLOO and they were just getting smashed. And you remember that like massive streak of losses that they had against TYLOO. And I was, a lot of the time I was looking at the vetoes that they were pulling out and I was thinking, these are not what I would have chosen. Again, I'm not involved in the team. I don't, sit in on scrims or anything like that. But just looking at it on paper and looking at their results, I'm not so sure I necessarily agreed with their vetoes. But inevitably, by the way, they eventually got to a point where actually they were being able to get wins on Overpass. So I think they worked on it, and it did sort of become a part of their map pool that was definitely not toward the top. It's no Inferno, it's no Nuke, but it's enough there that they can sort of take a bit of a run at maybe some domestic teams on it.
I think there's like 4 big maps that I feel like we could be seeing from both these teams, and it's Overpass, it's Nuke, it's Vertigo, and then Inferno. I feel like we're going to get one of those 4, and I have no idea what kind of mind games they're going to be playing in the veto. Of course, it's going to be like 2-3-1, I believe is the veto, and then it goes map left over. So that's always like a thought process that these teams might have to take into account, because best of ones matter. Like a lot of the time people say best of ones don't really matter, but in this scenario, you don't want to be going down to the lower bracket because you can qualify for the major winning 2 best of ones and 1 best of 3.
Correct. But the issue for these teams and for the MongolZ as well is that they, in my opinion, have got the more difficult side of the bracket. The fact that you've got both the MongolZ and Rare Adam on one side of the bracket, again, we're talking about the big 3, we're talking about MongolZ, we're talking about Rare Adam, we're talking about Grayhound. So Grayhound, in my opinion, have got a bit of an easier run because they don't have like a counterpart on their side of the bracket, right? Their most difficult opponent on that side of the bracket is debatably TYLOO or Eruption, depending on who you kind of ask. And it's not as if Invictus are pushovers necessarily, but again, like all of these teams pale in comparison to MongolZ and Rare Adam, at least in our opinions, at least coming into this event. That could definitely change. So if you're going to be a team that sort of throws away your opportunity in the best of 1 to get through that, and then you potentially go down to the lower bracket and maybe later on you have to play Grayhound, or maybe later on you have to play MongolZ in that lower bracket, then, I mean, yeah, that best of 1 actually does have a significant impact because you've lost to a team that by rights you probably shouldn't have, and you've given up one of your lives in this competition. So definitely something that, at least in my opinion, Rare Adam are going to be wanting to avoid here. I know VERTEX are feeling fairly confident, so hopefully they're going to do well for themselves. But I think we've got an interview ready to go, so let's jump on and see what the teams are feeling going in.
When's the last time you guys went for a blast event, right? Yeah.
We played scrims and we were going so well.
Yeah.
And we played 1 game. It was when 0-0 Nation was like, we had this streak of like 2 months.
Yeah.
Actually good. Like they just beat Liquid.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like 16-10.
Yeah.
And if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try.
Okay, let's type MongolZ, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an AWPer.
I guess I can go for TYLOO, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an AWPer, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an AWPer.
He played the last 2 majors. MongolZ, alright? I just have to go for MongolZ here, I think.
But MongolZ is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Thank you, boys. I've got Brace with me from VERTEX, and he's coming here looking chipper, looking fine, and he's feeling fine too, I hope. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great today, honestly. I had a good morning stroll in my Mongolian heat, so it was good.
Forget Mongolian heat, you're about to go up against the Chinese heat. Rare Adam coming at you. How you feeling about that one?
I'm feeling good, honestly. Like, some of our players, maybe a bit choky around the RMRs, so yeah, we're coming for Advent for sure today.
Oh, okay, you've heard it here. Strats already being revealed, all of them coming through. But yeah. I got to ask, though, what about this veto? You know, Ancients come through. How are you guys feeling about this one? Because, you know, Rare Adam's not always been comfortable on it. Speaking of that, just last question before I let you go. How's the Prague situation been looking, right? Because obviously you got to come here, play a lot of different teams in Asia as well. How you guys been feeling?
All right, lovely to hear from Brace on the interview there.
Hey.
Always love to hear what he has to say.
Mate, I need to tell you, Mamoon, he's doing you dirty. He's doing Brace dirty. This man doesn't want anyone else to be talking on this broadcast, and he's oof.
He just wants to take all of the fame for himself. No, that's fine.
Of course,
Look, these things happen, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you think Brace would have had to say there? I think obviously, to me, Brace seems like quite a realistic person. You know, he's not going to come in here all gung ho and be like, yeah, we're going to destroy Rare Adam. I think he's someone that will come in and say, look, we understand the position that we're in. We know that we're maybe the underdog coming into this matchup, and I think they've actually put in probably a fair bit of prep. They would know this is going to be a really difficult match for them, but great opportunity because it's a best of one. I think you really try to put your hard yards in. There's a lot of info on where Adam like to play because they've been playing quite a bit internationally lately. We saw them in Malta do quite well against Liquid, but obviously then come back and not have such a great performance in that second game that they played against Liquid. But I think there's a lot of games, a lot of maps that you could watch, and hopefully, if we're talking about Vertex's perspective here, they've been able to do that, and they'll know what they want out of this veto. So we can take a look at the veto and see what the map is going to end up looking like. What
have we got?
Mac? What map do you want to see, Mac?
I just want to see some maps. I want to see where we're going.
I'm thinking Inferno is probably where this will end up. I know that's a map that's right up the alleyway of both of these two teams.
Okay. It's interesting that Vertex going straight with the overpass and nuke out of there. So maybe they really respect Rare Atom on what they're bringing to the table in this. Anubis gone for Rare Atom, Vertigo's out of there as well, and no Mirage. So Inferno, potentially, no, it's gone.
Okay.
Ancient?
That's an interesting choice. That really is an interesting choice. And I can kind of understand it from the perspective of Vertex, right? Because if there's one map that I ask you, if I say to you, what do you think Rare Atom's best map is? What's their favorite map to go to? Surely it would be Inferno, right?
On paper, but like I understand, they did be big on this the other day, but they did show a lot of cards over at Blast Premier, so there is a chance that Vertex were very well prepped going into a map like Ancient.
Yeah, but what do you think about Vertex's Ancient? Because to me,
it's been alright.
I wouldn't say it's super high up in the map pool for them, is it?
No, but like this is the kind of thing, right? Like they haven't been playing a lot of Ancient back home as far as I'm aware. So over here they could have got a couple of scrims in, they could have been doing a lot of prac.
Yep.
But they could have just counter-stratted going into this. And it's like one of these things where there is going to be a lot of unknowns because, this is the map. I said there was 4 maps we could be going to. Ancient wasn't one of them.
No.
So I've been blindsided. I feel like everyone's been blindsided, and I kind of want to see if Rare Atom's going to be blindsided by this.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen for it as well. I mean, just judging by what's going on the player cams, maybe we're still a little ways out from getting into game, ladies and gentlemen. But obviously, both teams probably feeling pretty good about this. They've had a pretty relaxing morning. It's about 20:04 right here in Ulaanbaatar. Hopefully, I'm not butchering that too much. I'm sure I am.
Do you remember the other pronunciation?
No.
I don't either.
Every time I ask, I mean, we've obviously been able to walk around a little bit here, and every time I ask, what's the Mongolian word for this or that, it's just a word that, like, it's too hard for me to say. It's just, I don't even want to try. I'll just butcher it. So I'll just stick with that. But yeah, I think obviously both teams have had their time to sort of acclimatize to getting onto Mongolia time, and even for us coming from ANZ, the same for Vertex. It's not that massive of a shift, to be honest. It's only a couple of hours. I think it's actually probably going to be worse for Rare Atom, which is strange to say because obviously Rare Atom from China, you'd think pretty much on the same time zone, but they were just overseas in Europe boot camping, I think in Malta for probably the last couple of weeks. So, it'll be interesting to see whether or not that's going to impact them, but quite late in the afternoon now, so everyone should have had a pretty relaxing morning. Get some breakfast, get some lunch. We did see Vertex in the lobby a little bit earlier. They seem to be in pretty good spirits.
Yeah, the other thing as well, right? Like they've just picked up Kingfisher, like mostly going into this minor, and it's been pretty interesting as to how he is going to operate with Vertex, because like he played with a couple of these players like 5 years ago, 4 years ago. I can't even remember how long ago it was, but Kingfisher used to be a player.
Did he?
Alongside. You don't remember?
No, I do remember. I gotcha.
You got me.
I gotcha.
Yeah. No, look, in terms of prep, he does a lot behind the scenes in terms of analyzing other teams.
Right.
And I feel like, with Rare Atom playing a little bit of Ancient recently, with this extra bit of study that's going on behind the scenes, maybe they could have an edge over something Rare Atom's throwing their way today.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's definitely going to have to be where it comes down to, because if I'm being 100% honest with you, I think player individually, skill-wise, with the exception of Advent, probably I'm picking the Rare Atom roster in most aspects, just in terms of like infrastructure, opportunities, and pretty much everything. Everything really, you'd have to say is a tick in the book of Rare Atom. Even, I almost in my head, I'm just thinking, what if, like, does Vertex come into this wanting it a little bit more? I don't know that they do. Like, I think obviously Rare Atom has a lot to prove after what they were able to achieve, or perhaps the better way of saying is not achieve at the last RMR when we were in Melbourne. I mean, they came in and had a horrible showing, went out in 4th place. I just don't think that's acceptable if you're considering yourself the #1 team in Asia. And at the time, I considered them to be up there, definitely. to go into that event and then, you know, the fashion in which they lost to Grayhound, okay, it happens. That was an unfortunate loss, but then to go into the next day and just get absolutely knocked out of the tournament, it's disappointing to sort of see. So I think they definitely have to come into this event with a sort of renewed outlook. Hopefully they, you know, don't suffer from that same kind. I don't know what it was. Like, what went wrong for them at the last RMR? My only assumption could be like that series against Grayhound, it just sort of tilted them off the face of the planet. Yep. They spiraled, things didn't go well the next day, and obviously 2 BO3s and you're out. Now, here it could be 1 BO1 and a BO3 and you're out. So it's actually, in theory, potentially even more of a dangerous format, even though, you know, you've got more teams and it's still a double even bracket. So I would definitely not want to see them lose here today against VERTEX, which, yeah, maybe that's possible. And then go down into the lower bracket.
Where you'd be facing Twisted Minds, right? So
I mean, but that's the weird thing is, like, this is the conversation we were having at the last event where we're like, oh, look, even if they lose to Grayhound, that's a potential match that they could lose.
Yeah.
But they won't lose this GG How. But then they lost to GG How. So, like, I'm not counting any team out here. I know, like, obviously the conversations that have been happening around Twisted Minds where we're not pracking, we haven't had a great lead up, blah, blah, blah. We might not even be a team after this event. Whatever, like, all of that's fine. We're a pub team, we're a mixed team, we're just a bunch of guys who like to play FACEIT together. Sure, I mean, maybe that's not the idea.
Doc was that last game as
exactly.
well?
I mean, it's not as if these guys are bad players. It's not as if they get onto a pretty good run of form, a couple of maps that they like, you know, maybe a couple of rounds, a couple of important rounds go the way that they want it to, that they couldn't upset a Rare Atom. Like, I would be absolutely shocked if that did happen, but I'm not counting that out as a possibility.
I agree.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. Look, I don't know how far away the game is, but the players don't have headsets in yet. They're definitely just chilling right now.
Yep.
And it looks like they're slowly but surely getting ready. So I think we're just straight chilling.
Straight chilling.
So look, we could go outside. We could take into the negative 10-degree heat. That'd be lovely.
I don't know if it's negative 10 at the moment. I think it's actually getting a little bit warmer right now. Normally in the afternoon it warms up. Has been a little bit more comfortable than I thought it would be in Mongolia. I packed for very, very cold weather. But so far it's been pretty good. Now you can see Hazza here, he's got his little strat book. I saw that as well. Did you notice? All the VERTEX lads had a little folder there that they're going to be, I suppose, taking a look at in their match. So they've definitely put in their prep, they've put in their work. Big Brain Brace, the IGL of VERTEX, looks like he's getting pretty settled. Maybe he's already warming up. Certainly looks like it.
Yeah. Look, I reckon if Brace did get to have a chance to talk about, you know, what was going down in that interview, he'd just talk about how great Mongolia is anyway. He wouldn't show any cards. He's not that kind of guy. Yep. He's just full of charisma and an absolute loose unit. So I wonder how that's going to, you know, change going in to that. Yeah.
To that?
Yeah, just to that.
Good
yep.
point. Love it. Listen, I guess, I mean, at this point, maybe we should just get into, you know, a little bit of a break because things have been taking a little time on the stage there, ladies and gentlemen. Do appreciate you sticking around and hope you're looking forward to this next match. It'll be VERTEX and Rare Atom. We'll be back when the game's ready to go.
Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Hello, welcome back. It's the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR. And hey, I know we've had some tech issues, we've had some delays, but Mac,
we're through them.
We're getting ready to go through for our next game. And first, before we do that, we've got to have a bit of a chat about our predictions, Mac. I think that's definitely something that, you know, I think is important, right? You would say maybe Rare Atom is favored in this matchup. Would you? I would say I think Rare Atom's favored in this matchup. Maybe we should ask Unicorn and see what they think about the odds as to which way this matchup will go. And look, as far as I'm concerned, that's probably pretty bang on. Like, I mean, I think there is a world definitely where VERTEX could get the win here, but by and large, we'd be expecting it should be Rare Atom.
Yeah, I honestly, I feel like, you know, I'd be leaning more towards Rare Atom as an even heavier favorite than maybe what the odds say. So I think that's a pretty
sure. But I mean, look, it is best of one. That's something that you do have to consider.
Of course. Upset potential pretty high. Ancient as well. Look, they've had like 40 minutes to get their stuff sorted, so a little bit of extra time to talk about what's going down here. But I heard that we are ready to roll.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's going to be Ancient coming right up in just a second, Mac. So looking forward to it. It's obviously Rare Atom, VERTEX, best of one to kick things off. Well, obviously we've had one matchup already, but, you know, to sort of re-kick things off, I guess, here at the Asia RMR. So super looking forward to it. And let's find out how things are going to play out. Hopefully all the guys have had time to warm up. I mean, surely there's been plenty of time for them to start, you know, getting the ball rolling in the server. So they should be ready and raring to go at this point. But Mac, you know, look, I want you to give me your prediction. What do you think? Which way is this going? What's the scoreline? How close is it going to be?
Great
do
question.
you really have faith in VERTEX?
Oh, you're giving me so many options. Either way, I'm going to say 16-3. What do you reckon? 16-3, Rare Atom.
16-3, Rare Atom. I think that's maybe a little bit unfair, but
hey,
let's see how this one does go. VERTEX starting off on the pistol round. Looks like it's going to be just a good old-fashioned B take on the pistol. No funny business. You've got a couple of smokes coming over the top, and well, a couple of members from Rare Atom already having a bit of a look over in that direction as well. No kills though to come, and the bomb plant does go down without too much of a furor. Rare Atom also all just coming back through from the CT side. There's no flank, no one coming through lane, nothing like that. And VERTEX is going to try to get aggressive. Brace already having found a couple. Malta and Addict able to chime in with one apiece. It leaves Jamyoung solo with 3 to find and not a lot of time to do it in. I dare say, Matt, this might be a pistol going the way of VERTEX.
Yeah, it very well could be. Jamyoung, 1v4 angle, picks up the Julies as well. A couple of bullets left in the mags there, but it looks like it is just going to be the save. He's fallen away. That time has ticked away a little bit too far, and Jamyoung might survive. Looks like VERTEX will respect him enough to give him the benefit of the doubt. But VERTEX, what a cracker of a way to kick things off with that T-side pistol.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, excuse me.
Yep.
I got to say, I'm pretty happy with that pistol from VERTEX. You know, like I look at it though, and I say there wasn't too much to it. You know what I mean? It wasn't as if they really bamboozled Rare Atom or anything like that. That really just felt like it was the battering ram straight down into the B bomb site. And obviously they got the bomb plant down. They were able to fight with their numbers and get the win that way. I think they're going to have to show us a little bit more than something just like that if they're going to get themselves a win here against Rare Atom. A lot of mid control attempted early on by both teams. In fact, we've got the smokes down at the bottom of mid from Rare Atom and obviously toward the top mid toward Red Room from VERTEX, but VERTEX were able to bully their way out. Extra util, they had a couple of flashes in there, so able to get out into mid and lane pretty comfortably, and now starting to explore toward A long as well. That's nice from Malta, and I like this round from VERTEX too, right? Last round, very stock standard, really simple stuff, but this time exploring the map a little bit, taking some map control, showing us that they're comfortable here on Ancient.
Yeah, has it with the Mac 10 as well. Slightly expendable, able to prop his head in towards the tunnels there, as well as with the mid and a main control, and it should just be, you know, step by step, a pretty easy affair here. PZ looking to farm up with the MP7 of all things. We'll see what the rest of Rare Atom can do here. Julie's not going to get too much work done. PZ living. He's got a helping hand with Malta right next to him, so Mercury not going to be lasting too long there.
I mean, that's pretty much perfect from VERTEX, isn't it, right? You win the pistol, you don't lose a single gun on the anti-eco. Get a couple of kills on the SMGs as well. I mean, an MP7 and a Mac 10 in there for PZ and Hazard. Does make things look pretty good in the money department. So we will get a force buy from Rare Atom here in round 3. Jamyoung lacking a significant amount of util. Mercury the same. Obviously, Advent has to go down to a FAMAS to be able to afford at least the one defuse kit that Rare Atom does have, so it's by no means a perfect buy.
Yeah.
But Vertex have the bonus round as well, so we'll sort of see how that plays out.
Well, Kaze just going to be respecting that smoke at Donut. He's got a bit of trouble heading his way, though. Looks like Vertex are again going to be putting high prio on the A site. Jam down swinging, going to be able to pick up that kill with Kaze. And it looks like PZ, he's hunting for some kind of trade, but it's Hazard to take it. And slow approach now. Mosea spots PZ in the corner, takes him down, but the smoke, it's now going to be irrelevant.
It's a pretty big kill for Mosea, being able to take control of back with a very clean MAC-10 kill. Lack of head armor coming into effect there, and Advent and Mercury both also lacking that head armor, so you'll have to keep a bit of an eye on that. Hazard and Malta both having the CT rifles and making it look pretty easy. Here is Mercury, who's gotten behind Hazard down to a couple of HP. Did he land the molly on top of the bomb? I'm not so sure, but it might not matter. Ring around the rosy. Mercury finally catches his man, but Hazard will be very pleased with what Hazard mounted from that round. What an absolute mess. But Vertex do get 3, and they get 3 on the bonus round as well.
You'd love to see a little bit of ring around the rosy. Extra games inside the games, but Vertex clean to kick things off, looking like they certainly have done their homework. And it's a little bit interesting. Vertex, you know, when we see them play Ancient, I feel like a lot of the time they usually target that B site, but right now, going towards A, maybe they've identified something from Rare Atom, who have showed their hand over at Blast Premier.
Indeed. Well, Mercury does have that M4A1S taken through, and there's again going to be a contest into mid. Jamyang with that CZ is able to take the head off of Malta. That's the first real opener, the real advantage that Rare Atom have had in this game so far. And now we'll get to see what they'll be able to do with an aggression from Mercury toward lane. Catches Vertex off guard. 1-for-1 trade, but has it down low. It does mean that Rare Atom definitely have the advantage here, and obviously Kaze now pushing out from A long is going to be a lot of info, potentially even a pick onto Brace as well.
Ooh, bit of noise made. Brace. Don't know if he's heard that one. Either way, he is aware that there can be this aggression continuing through the mid area. Very, very dirty at the moment. And Kaze could be the difference maker, but he's just going to be holding down bottom mid for now as Vertex going on a bit of an exploratory mission up B ramp, looking to make their way in. Boost over the top now. Mosey has that AK in hand.
Yeah, he's going to have to do a bit of work with it, but well situated to do so. Nice trade from Brace. He actually got Advent at the bottom of that totem pole, though, if anything, you'd probably rather have gotten the guy on top, because that was the one holding the AK, and Mosea is making short work of Vertex right now. Hazard can't clutch this one, and that is a very disappointing round for Vertex to lose. They did the hard work. They won the previous round. They won against the better buy of Rare Atom. This one was just one singular rifle and a bunch of pistols, and Vertex give that one up. So they'll need to bounce back here. They've still got money to buy in this round, Mac, but obviously now with Rare Atom getting a bit of a taste of victory, Vertex do need to be a little bit careful.
Just having a quick chit-chat about what's going to go down into round number 5. But look, a very good start, one that maybe a few people weren't quite expecting here on Ancient for Vertex. Rare Atom sometimes can be slow starters. You know that we have seen them historically choke, but we've also seen them play really damn well in recent times. So we'll see which Rare Atom we're going to be getting today. It's something we spoke about in that pre-match. But yeah, I guess we'll see.
I'm not sure if this is a technical pause or a tactical pause. Seems like there's a little bit of conversation going on with the admin there, so maybe it's a tech pause.
Yeah, it is.
There we go. So,
oh no.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it wouldn't be an Asian Counter-Strike event without a few tech pauses, would it?
It certainly wouldn't.
There's a reason that we start a podcast called Geographically Challenged, and it's for moments like this when we have things that we need to do. We need to talk. We've got plenty of time by the looks of it, so. Hey, we might just fire up the podcast mode here and see what's going on.
Sounds good to me.
Around Asian Counter-Strike. Obviously, at the moment, I mean, look, you've got to say it's a pretty good start for Vertex. I'm not disappointed by what I've seen from them. We've seen, you know, some stock standard stuff, some really easy, straightforward pistol rounds.
Yeah.
They've tried to flex it up a little bit subsequently when they've had the guns in hand. Obviously, losing to the eco round isn't ideal, but sometimes when you're playing against Rare Adam, Jamyoung out mid, just going to bang your head off if you're Malta going through that smoke. It'll happen. That frees up the space on the CT side a little bit. You saw Kaze, nice little push out from long. It all sort of came together for Rare Adam in that round. And those things will happen. But the question is going to be, how do those gun rounds go? Once the gun rounds, once a proper gun round start to lean one way or another, I think that's where we're going to get a really good insight as to which way this matchup is going to go.
Well, that's what we're getting right here, right now. Maybe.
Well, not quite. I would imagine this is maybe not the strategy that Rare Adam would be coming out with on their CT side.
Yeah, that was a very interesting one called by Advent there. Everyone just chill. Everyone just chill and spawn. We're going to have a chit-chat.
Yeah.
But look, either way, back to what you were saying. You know, or back to what I was saying, actually. You know, screw you, Jordan. I don't care about your points.
That's fine.
I'm going to talk about my own ones. Historically, Australian teams, right?
Yeah, sure.
We have been very slow starters.
Really?
Very, very slow starters. VERTEX obviously hasn't been overseas too many times. You look at it like your Renegades, your Greyhounds of old. And a lot of the time, they'll start to like make comebacks happen, similar to there's so many affairs where it feels like they'll get around here or there, but they just struggle to manage that economy, struggle to string rounds together. And this is a really, really good start from VERTEX so far. At least getting 3 on the T side of Ancient. You know, and
yeah,
it's a promising start.
Well, I will query that with you because you know, from the recent tournaments that I've been watching, especially Malta, obviously, that seemed to see a bit of a shift in Ancient, obviously, since the map changes, you know, CT spawn getting pushed back a little bit, the sites getting changed up a little bit as well. It hasn't lent as heavily toward the CT side as what it used to. So at what point do we start saying, all right, we're happy with that as a T-side score? Like, obviously 3 rounds, absolutely nowhere near what they're going to need if they're going to want to be competitive on this map.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's actually leaning like 7-8 kind of. You almost have to get 8 now on the T side. It's even leaning a little bit more toward the T side from what I've seen. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case within Asia. I think obviously when we're discussing this and when we're talking about statistics and such, especially with the top teams in mind, then it's valid. When it comes to Asian results and the way Asian teams play and ANZ teams play, maybe there's an argument that it's not necessarily going to be quite as representative from the tier 1 stats and that kind of thing, but in general that seems to be the way that the map has been trending. So what's that point where we start to say we're happy with what VERTEX has been able to get done here on the T side?
Well, I don't know, like my prediction at the start, right, 16-3, they've already managed to hit 3, so you know, throw that one down the drain. I don't know how well this is going to go, but either way, you know, once we do get back into the game, I feel like Rare Adam, it looks like obviously things aren't going right for them. Maybe they didn't expect VERTEX to be coming out so hot. So we'll see if they do warm up into the game. But you did see a few moments as well of brilliance. You know, they have nice little bits of chemistry, boost up over the smoke from MongolZ, able to really clutch out that round, cause a bit of chaos. Then, you know, just fading out the smoke and the shadow. VERTEX were not ready for him to be there as well.
Yep.
So, you know, many things that you can sort of break down from the, 4 rounds in? 5 rounds in? 4 rounds in.
4 rounds in now.
Yeah.
Listen, here's a good one for you. This might prompt a bit of conversation.
Hit me.
Who's your favorite player at this event?
In Counter-Strike or just as a person? Like outside?
In general, put them together.
In general. Look,
which one is more important to you?
Look, Loba's pretty jacked, man.
You like Loba?
Loba's pretty jacked.
Have you spoken with Loba?
No!
But you saw him in the gym and you were too scared to say hello.
Well, I was like, I'll just do a couple of sets, you know, we'll be in the presence of one another, then I'll like catch eye contact, you know, walk over and be like, hey man, how you doing?
Did you like
but
try
then
to...
he left!
No, but did you try to ham it up, like while you were there, you were just, you know, you were picking up the heavier weights, you were giving it a bit of a, you know, like trying to...
I was working into it. I got in like 2 sets in the bench, maybe 3.
Are you a screamer when you're in the gym?
I make a little bit of noise.
Yeah? You just want to...
If you came to the gym, I've invited you many times to come to the gym.
Yeah.
If you came to the gym with me, then look, you would know if I'm a screamer or not.
I don't want to show you up, you know, it's not a big deal to me, so...
Of course. Yeah. But look, back on point, look, Loba outside, you know, visually a masterpiece. But in the game, big fan of Jamyoung.
Yep. Annihilation,
insane, you know, impact player. From our region, you know, Inns, Vexite, names come to mind. Liaz has always been a fan favorite. I feel like overall, I'd probably have to say Liaz. Because historically, he was my favorite player
big
for
fan
a long time.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Especially like, you know, pre-role changes going into Renegades.
Look at Brace, he's looking happy. He's just happy to be here, man.
They're just enjoying.
That is one thing I like about Brace and I like about VERTEX in general, is that they always seem to just be happy to, you know, whatever the situation, just big smiles. So that's a good asset to have. You know, I have a lot of players that I'm a big fan of at this event. You know, everyone knows I'm a big Asian Counter-Strike fan. I've always loved Rare Atom, going back to the Vici days. Even when they were losing game after game, series after series to TYLOO, I was always saying, I love Rare Atom, I love Vici. That's what I was saying at the time, but Rare Atom.
I was such a TYLOO fan at that point, just because of their, like, don't give a crap play style. They were just always pushing, never respecting anyone, especially when it came to, you know, these, like, RMRs, these minors. There was just never any respect shown to the opponents that they thought they were better than. And the good thing is, with TYLOO back in the day, they thought they were better than everyone. So they were always just doing whatever the hell they wanted.
What I will say is the only player at this event whose sticker I have on a gun
is Malta.
Yeah. Well, so
look, you casted with him like one time, right? So
no, we actually casted together a lot of times.
Actually,
yeah, we had quite a few.
But it was one event.
No, well, we've done some maps here and there later on since then. Because remember, he's come and casted with us every now and then. Now, I mean, and that was also a very special moment.
Yeah, because you touched hands.
No, in Asian Counter-Strike, that was the word.exe incident. Mr. Forsaken.
No, we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, so
naughty.
Malta and I got to share that. That was Malta's first time casting. He was casting the word.exe map.
Wouldn't that be?
That's crazy. I said to him, like, man, you know, I've been casting for like 5 years, whatever, and you've literally come in and casted your first event, and you've pretty much casted like the biggest moment, like in terms of Counter-Strike that I've ever casted. That moment at that time was like, this is kind of huge in the grand scheme of Counter-Strike Global Offensive and the impact that it will have on the esports.
Would you say that that was your, like, arguably it's a low light of your career, but you think that would be like your biggest clip?
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure, like
casted?
that, because you know,
sad, right?
if you ever go and watch any of those like videos on YouTube about that event,
big CS moment.
There's almost always going to be at least a clip of me casting him doing something on Cache. It's always Cache. It's always the Cache clips. The one where he like traces through the quad box. That was an interesting one. So, yeah, I think that was like unironically probably the biggest moment of my career, which is kind of sad to say, but I mean that is how it is. At least for Malta, he's been able to play at a couple of majors, you know, so he might have gone a little bit further. Jamyoung, I don't think he has stickers in the game, does he? I don't think since stickers got released for.
I think that they missed out to like.
I think they missed out
when he was coming up with Vici.
Did they have? I don't think when Vici was there,
they were never making the majors.
Yeah, but I also think when Vici actually qualified to the major that one time, he wasn't on the team at the time. If I remember correctly, that was a long time ago though.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not sure that he's actually got stickers in the game. So if he manages to qualify from this event to the Blast TV Paris major,
we could be wrong.
Then I might get some Jamyoung stickers. I think the Jamyoung stickers go on the AK. I've got the Malta sticker on the A1S.
Oh yeah. Oh, so you're talking about like for your purposes?
For me, yeah. I don't care about everyone else.
Of course, right.
Yeah.
Hey, Twitch chat, you hear that? Lay into it.
Yeah.
Look, I'd love to see a couple of these individuals with those stickers in the game. Of course, it is the last CSGO major, right? So it's last time to forge your name here before, of course, everything gets carried across into CS2.
Who do you think this event means the most to from the teams? Which teams does it mean the most to? Like, if a team missed out, how painful is it on a scale of like 1 to 10? I'm looking at. I think
Mongols, man.
I don't know, man. I think Grayhound and Rare Atom, personally, if they missed out, either one of those teams or even both those teams, that's a big deal because Grayhound have basically not missed out on a major since 2019. They've always qualified in some way, shape, or form.
Are you talking about the major or like this particular event? Because I'm talking like.
I'm talking about
here?
going to the major and or not going to the major.
Okay.
So not performing at this event. How important is that to each team? If Grayhound doesn't perform,
arguably
if they don't qualify to the major, that's a big deal because of their consistency in qualifying through to the major. Rare Atom, I think also because time and time again in conversations we've had, everyone rates them. Everyone says they're the best team in Asia, or they're definitely up there. And yet they don't show it at these events. They don't show it at RMRs. They're not qualifying to majors. So, you know, at what point do you say, well, if they're not winning the most important events in, basically in Asia, even if they're winning everything else, or they're performing really well in everything else, you know, what becomes more important in your conversation?
Like it would, if Rare Atom don't make it this time, you know, it will have been, it feels like it will have been so long. Like the last 2 majors won't have a Chinese team playing.
Yep.
Well, majority Chinese team, of course. Shout out to Kaze.
Yes, indeed.
But that being said, you know, the same argument can be made for Grayhound. Imagine, you know, not having an Aussie team over there. You might have like Aussie individuals, of course, looking at like JKS, Dexter, etc. But you know, not having that Aussie team to root for would be sad. Obviously, bias aside. But yeah,
I mean, I definitely think there's an argument as well for the Mongols, right? Back-to-back major appearances, and obviously this would be the hat trick if they were to win this event. Or again, do you win because you don't? There's no grand final necessarily, but if they were to qualify through the upper bracket and be the first seed out of this event, that would be the third time in a row that they've been able to do that. So they get the hat trick of basically first seed out of Asia.
I just feel like they've got that, you know, home advantage doesn't really count.
Yeah.
In a video game, especially without, you know,
without a crowd,
an audience here, you know, cheering for him or against the other team, etc. But it just tastes so sweet for him. You know, you got the Mongolian broadcast as well, and I'm sure they'd be going really, really hype.
Oh, it's been a bit funny, right? Because we've been sitting in the green room with the Mongolian talent as well.
Yeah.
And they do get into it, right? When there's a Mongolian team sort of, you know, having a bit of a crack, they're really getting into it. So, yeah, look, a little bit of info starting to come through as to what this pause is about. Apparently, Kaze's not feeling too well, so hopefully that'll get sorted out shortly. I mean, it's just one of those things, right? So we'll take a break, guys. We do apologize, but sometimes we just gotta make sure
I'm never sorry, mate. What are you talking about?
Everything's okay on the stage and ready to go. So look, don't go too far away. Hopefully we'll be back in just a moment. It is Vertex and Rare Atom. Things have kicked off and we'll be jumping back into it as soon as possible. Welcome back to the Blast TV Paris at Major Asia RMR. Now, Mac, I feel like a bit of a newsreader right here because we've got breaking news.
We do.
You know, we've got something to discuss, and this is, to be quite honest with you, I feel like it's something unprecedented at this level of competition. I don't know that this has ever happened in the history of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, that a player has been substituted out mid-game. That's the situation right now for you guys. As we mentioned before we went into the break, Kaze was feeling a little bit ill. So the scoreline currently stands 3-1. VERTEX in the lead, playing T-side on Ancient. Kaze
is sick enough
to have now been replaced by the coach of Rare Atom, which is Kami. So I don't recall this ever really happening, but
yeah, odd scenario.
We'll see how this goes. Obviously, that's a big blow to the chances of Rare Atom, you'd think. I don't know what Kami is like as a player. I've never seen this guy play personally. I know he has had some domestic Chinese experience back in the day. Like, he's been playing, you know, at least it recorded as far as Liquipedia is concerned since 2018. He's been in a couple of those like lower tier Chinese teams trying to qualify for some stuff, but like nothing really ever came together as far as his playing career is concerned from what I've seen. Again, I don't know much about further beyond that. My knowledge only goes back so far when it comes to Counter-Strike Global Offensive. So unfortunately, I don't have too much to tell you about this this guy as a player, but I know that he has been coaching Rare Atom and even Vici for quite a long time. He's been with them since about 2020 or so. So he's been around the team for a while. He should be able to, in theory, slot in and kind of understand what needs to be done, and
most coaches,
you know, where he has to play and what that. But what does that mean now? What does that mean? Is he going to just be a like-for-like replacement?
My biggest question is, who's open? Are we open, or are we just going to go straight 5 rifles?
Okay, maybe we've just debated you all, and from what I'm hearing now, Kaze apparently is going to try and play again. So, you know, we're not too sure exactly what's going on right now, but there you go. Okay, so crisis averted.
He's in a seat.
At least for now, Kaze is in the seat. That is not Hazard. I can tell you that.
Got you all. We got you all real good with that one, huh?
But I suppose that is what we're going to be going to if things get a bit too extreme here for Kaze. I mean, you can see obviously
he doesn't look super
he doesn't look super happy about things, but hey, that's just how it has to be. And I respect it from Kaze because, you know, I think at an event of this level, of this caliber, you know, if you're coming in and saying, look, I can't play, you know, we've got to play with the coach. I mean, that's going to be a significant blow to Rare Atom, who already had such a devastating run at the last RMR that this is a huge deal for them playing at this event. And, you know, playing with a substitute against a team like VERTEX, I mean, I could 100% see VERTEX being able to find a way to win that map then. And that puts Rare Atom in the lower bracket. You know, I mean, anything can happen from there. But at the moment, Kaze's sitting in the chair, so we'll see how he goes. Hopefully, he's going to be okay. But even then, Mac, you know, the conversation has to be said. Whether or not it's Kaze sitting in that chair, the gameplay is going to be affected.
Yeah.
If it's Kami coming in and playing as a coach,
it won't be Kaze.
That's not Kaze. But
if Kaze's
sick,
that's not Kaze.
Are you going to be getting 20 frags in a half Kaze? Probably not. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Obviously, you know, it would be lovely for everyone to send their well wishes to Kaze. I think you can see it. You can find him on Twitter. I believe it's Kaze CS or Kaze_CS, something like that. Send him a little bit of a message. Send him your love. Let him know. But I think the match is ready to go. So, you know, I'm looking forward to getting into it, Mac, and we'll just have to wait and see. This is going to be a journey that we'll go on together and find out, hopefully, that Kaze will be fine. He's got the AWP in hand, so what better weapon to be jumping back into the game with?
Big gun round. Let's see what's going to be going down, who's going where. Everyone's moving, everyone's living. Looks like VERTEX are going to be targeting that B site this round, though. So we'll see what Mercury's going to be able to do. Over from the Tons position at the moment. Brace, he's going straight on it. It's a full-on rush out of the tech pause. Brace can't see a thing. Great flashes coming through for VERTEX. Hey, arguable. Hazard going to be able to find himself a trade, but that is going to be the B site found for the moment.
Indeed, but only for a moment, Mac.
Only for a moment.
As you can see, there was a little bit of an issue there. So
admin's got team flash there too.
Yeah, the server got team flashed, unfortunately. Look, that gives us a little bit more time to talk about Kaze and how things are going here for Rare Atom. Now, if Kami should have to come into the roster, I did just send my mate Blair. I don't know if you guys have heard of him before.
Who?
Send him a little bit of a message. Mr. Suden. And I said,
is he the guy that stands on boxes?
he's the guy on Geographically Challenged that's not as handsome as me. Yeah.
But he also hits gym, so I will have to disagree.
That's true. But I said, what do you know about this guy? Because I haven't really seen him. I thought maybe he's from like back in the day, right? That's the normal assumption that when you're seeing a coach come in, they're probably someone that's played like Source or 1.6 or been around a lot. But apparently he's quite young.
Goods, huh?
He gave me the goods. He said he's quite young. He's a bit of a kid. Not really much more to it. So he's had a little bit of playing experience, but yeah, not a super experienced individual. 21 years old he is, apparently.
I'm seeing a lot of firsts. Oh, wait, that's as a coach.
Yeah.
That's as his coach. Hit the as player there. Let's see.
As a player, yeah. I mean, there's not that much there, right? Yeah, there's a few, like, qualifier events where, he played on teams like Nirvana Gaming, WNV Teamwork. Like, these are teams that, to be honest, even as someone who's been following Asian Counter-Strike for, like,
a long time.
8-9 years. I've not heard of these teams.
Yeah.
Or if I have, to be honest, I might have even casted one of these games, but like they go in and out because you don't remember the teams that kind of go like 3rd, 4th in a qualifier.
These,
you know what I mean?
9th to 12th placings,
Yeah.
The ones that,
so
I
don't know.
Haven't stood out.
But either way, I mean, that's not the focus at the moment. The focus obviously has gone from Kaze being a little bit sick to now the game, and it's got to be tough.
This is now another odd thing. Because VERTEX have just shown their strat, and the servers, something's gone wrong.
Yeah.
Mid-round.
Well, that round, I mean, that round has to be restarted. There's no.
The thing is, like, this is when those things happen, right? Where like VERTEX have like shown what they were planning on doing.
Yeah.
Do they change the plan?
That's the mind game, isn't it?
There's this new mind game that's now coming through in round 5.
Well,
we're only 5 rounds in.
I tell you what.
I'm going crazy.
Don't worry, Mac. It's all right. It's all right. I'll be here to guide you through it.
Okay.
I tell you what, though, if they do run that strategy again, I reckon Brace probably doesn't get team flashed. They'll have a conversation about that.
Maybe.
Be like, listen, look this way, look that way. This is the flash I'm throwing. Hopefully. You going crazy? You feeling a bit stir crazy? You feeling okay?
A little bit.
Yeah?
A little bit, yeah.
It's all right.
I'm feeling pretty quiet, too, for the moment. I could get louder.
Yeah, I mean, we'll leave that in the back pocket for a little bit later on, I think. There's going to be some big matches this week. Some big matches. I mean, if you look at the way that the bracket is supposed to play out, or at least that we theorize that it would play out, tomorrow, there's a good chance. Is it tomorrow, or do we get the upper bracket matches on day 3? I can't remember, but either way, there's
upper bracket best of ones.
Sorry, best of ones. Oh, that's today. That's right.
That's today. That's the end of the day.
So there's a good chance. I mean, in theory, we get Rare Atom versus the Mongols, which is an insane matchup, but a best of 1.
Yeah.
Could mean literally anything could happen in that. Especially, if Kaze is not feeling well, or maybe, look, at the moment I'm just making assumptions because I had Rare Atom as my top-seeded pick for this event, but I would almost make the argument right now that I'm starting to kind of back VERTEX, right? They started well, they're looking pretty confident, they're not suffering any issues. So, it'll be interesting to see.
Look, VERTEX is still smiling regardless.
Yeah.
That's always a good sign for all the VERTEX fans. And watching at home, of course, blast.tv.
Yeah,
head on over there, have a quick peek at the new platform.
It's not super late. It's not super late over there in Australia. It's about 8 p.m. or so. So we'll be looking forward to sort of seeing those fans supporting VERTEX and potentially Grayhound in the chat as well. We'll get Grayhound later on today. Look, unfortunate news for you guys. We are going to head to another break.
I miss you guys.
Tech issues again on the stage, so it's going to be about 15 minutes, I'm told. Hopefully this will be the last one. We do apologize again, but hope you'll join us again in 15 minutes or so. So grab yourself some food, grab yourself some drink. Perfect time to get some dinner sorted. Come back in 15 minutes and we'll have a great game for you. It'll be VERTEX, Rare Atom on Ancient. We're looking forward to it. We'll see you in a bit.
Get me one.
Hey, welcome back. It's the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR, and I bet you're getting sick of seeing us, Mac. Mate, we're here again. We're back again. This time, I promise it's good news.
I hope so.
So as far as I'm told, 2 minutes, and we're going to be jumping into game in just a second. So it's all sorted. Hopefully, we'll see how we go. We're gonna get back into it. We're ready to go. We've been ready to go this whole time.
Hit me with those prages in whichever chat you're in.
What's up?
Give us a couple of these. Let's hope it all is all sorted.
Yep.
You know, hopefully Kaze, he's going to be able to get through it. Kami, of course, on the sidelines, ready to jump in if Kaze can't make it. Of course, Kaze feeling pretty sick if you weren't here before. That is the current situation. And VERTEX, look, we'll see what they're going to be bringing out once this game goes live again. They did just hit it with the B rush before. You know, there were some technical difficulties. I also saw T-Time run out of the hotel with the server. I've talked to my people. I tracked him down. We've got the server back. We've got the game ready to go.
Ready.
And look, I've got the local authorities, you know, talking to T-Time saying, mate, don't do it again.
Yeah, he'll be lucky if he gets back on the
Or
cast.
there's going to be problems.
That's right.
There's going to be problems.
Yeah. Two angry Aussies ready to chase him down.
Yep.
So
we got you back. We got you back.
You better watch out, mate. Look, we're ready to go. We're super keen to jump into it. Obviously, I don't think as far as like game analysis or anything, there's really all that much to say. You know, VERTEX won pistol. They won the subsequent couple of rounds. Lost a bit of a half and half kind of a round, but they've done enough to kind of get that 3-1 lead. And now it's just a question of once we get into these gun rounds, how are they going to play out, and how does that kind of end up looking?
Yeah, and also like seeing how. If roles are going to shift, you know, Kaze's probably going to try to do his best.
I would
pretty weak.
say Kaze's going to probably take a bit of a backseat, right? And that's fine. I think in this roster, like, there's obviously a lot of talent that you can get from the rifling core of Vici. So if Kaze on CT side, just post him on an angle. Don't have him doing any pushes, any trying to catch people off with the ult, which is something that he does tend to do sometimes. Let's just give him a bit of an easier time, see if the riflers can get it done. Hopefully that's going to be enough. And I think there is enough talent there with Rare Adam to be able to do that.
Yeah.
If, let's say, Kaze's operating at 50% capacity, you've got Mosaic, you've got Mercury, you've got Jam Young. They can all pick up the slack.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that's the case, because, look, you didn't say Advent's name. Why'd you miss Advent, huh?
I don't know, man. That damn smile gets me every time.
Of course.
But, yeah, I mean, look, I know and love Advent. Everyone knows I love Advent. But the man struggles to frag sometimes. Although, I will say, he sometimes does pop off, and when he does, you're kind of like, oh, okay, like Advent's back, what's going on here? But yeah, I mean, maybe that's the kind of situation that they do actually need here. Like, to be honest, if I'm in the shoes that VERTEX is in right now, I'm thinking, all right, we've got Advent, which is generally individually considered as a weak player, fragging wise. Let's target his bomb site. Kaze, where's he playing? He's not feeling so great. Maybe we try to, take advantage of that fact, send it in that. Like, what if it's both of them playing on the same bomb side? Or like, I know Kaze tends to sort of hop around a little bit more. Like, he tends to just jump around depending on how he's feeling with that, or maybe spawn-based kind of stuff on the CT side. But yeah, we'll have to sort of see how things do end up going. But yeah, if I'm VERTEX, I'm really looking to sort of abuse this little advantage that they've been given, because it's not every day that you're going to get this kind of advantage or this kind of an opportunity against a team like Rare Adam in a match like this, right? This is your hopes and dreams, really, as a team from the Asia region. I mean, how life-changing that skin money can be for teams from this region. It's very difficult to describe.
Yeah.
I think it's the thing that really does keep a lot of these players going, is that they could possibly make it to the major, get those skins. Obviously, it's a massive payday compared to what they would be used to within this region. We know salaries are not as amazing as they are internationally, and etc. etc. None of them have massive brands that they can stream with and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, this is a big opportunity for VERTEX, and they've really got to say and look at themselves and say, to be honest, this is our best chance of beating Rare Adam.
Yeah.
So we better take it and we better run with it.
That's it, right? This is your best shot at taking down one of the favorites, one of the big three here at the Blast TV Paris Major Asia RMR. I can't believe, we are in this situation. Side note, this may also be one of the longest best of ones in the history of CSGO.
That's
right at the end of the history of CSGO.
I was just saying that when we walked out. I've had the pleasure, I'll say pleasure in quotation marks, of casting a 7 OT map of Mirage.
Is that septuple, or is it like?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
We were going through that at that point because there wasn't really anything else to talk about. That was a very long map, but this might be getting there. You did a really long one as well.
I did one the day before. Our solo casted it, remember?
That was a Chinese qualifier or something, right?
Difference maker. Yeah, that was a lot of crazy VPN crashes, changes.
Yeah.
That was a interesting affair. But look, this one also quite interesting for many other reasons. Reasons. Oh.
Many things to think about when it comes to the Asia RMR.
process.
And look, I mean, I think we would be remiss not to mention the teams that are still waiting to play their games, right? I mean, at the end of the day, this is going to be a big day for everyone now, because you've got Grayhound and TYLOO, who would have expected to play their game already and probably be finished with their game already.
Yep.
And then we've got Invictus and Eruption as well later on today. And then on top of that, we've got the two...
Everyone that wins plays another best of one
winners
today.
matches. So
yeah,
this could go quite late. These teams need to, they really need to be pacing themselves, right? If I'm one of those teams that's currently not playing that knows I need to play a little bit later on today, maybe I'm taking a nap. You know what I mean? Because this could go pretty late. I'm sure these teams are all quite experienced. I mean, at least some of them are. Some of them have been around the block. Like Grayhound have been around the block. They know what they're doing. They'll know what they need to do to sort of deal with a situation like this. I'm sure they've faced worse, to be honest. But teams like maybe, for example, Invictus or Eruption, who haven't really had that many international chances, how does this affect them?
Look, the other thing as well, this isn't the only game on currently for the Blast TV Paris Major. Pretty sure EU's been running.
Right.
EU should be live at the moment. I saw a couple of going live tweets from the talent over there. So I'm sure that there is either games starting or games happening. So while there is downtime here, there is plenty more Blast to watch. You can head on over to blast.tv to check out everything that's going on. So, don't waste your time just looking at Jam Young, looking at everyone just chilling here. Mosea looking pretty unhappy. And Kaze as well. Kaze had his head down. He was just like full chilling, just trying to keep himself.
I mean, Kaze, as we've said, is not feeling so amazing.
Yeah. Trying to keep himself sane, getting ready for the game.
And I think the worst part about this as well for the players is they can't even really talk, can they? Right? Tech pause.
Tech.
You're not allowed to talk. So they're all just sitting there in their own heads, waiting for this game to start.
Yeah. Not a good place to be. That's a lot of quiet. There's a lot of silence.
Yep, for sure. So at the moment, we're just waiting for a couple of the players to get themselves sorted. And hopefully we'll be ready to go soon. I know some of you guys called me out. I did say 2 minutes.
What are they calling you out?
2 minutes is relative,
If you're calling out Elfish Guy, you've got to deal with me, huh?
Yeah.
All right, come to Mongolia.
You've got to go through Mac and Loba.
And a couple of big flights to get to Mongolia. But look, once you're here,
good luck.
We can chat, all right? Then after you get through Loba, after you get through me, then you can have your way with Elfish Guy. But look, that's a lot of effort, so,
Take me to dinner first, that's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
What do you think you'd be doing if you were sitting in that chair, Mac? At least we have the benefit of having a conversation, and we can go and see what's happening on the EU RMR. We can tune in on that one, or
it looks like a lot of them are looking down at notes. Like a lot of players obviously come in with like notes either printed out or in their own little books. You'd probably just be going over your tendencies, going over your best bet as to how to get through Vertex, or what Vertex are probably going to be doing. If Rare Atom even came prepared to go into Ancient, that's the other thing you need to think about, right? It looked like they were very much not expecting Ancient to be going through, but it could also just be the fact that Kaze's not feeling well. There's many external factors which, sometimes play into a lot of things, and this time it seems to be one of those times, right, where there is a lot of external factors at play.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure, a lot of nerves going to be generated from situations like this. That's when things like having a mental coach, I don't know if Rare Atom have a mental coach, but a lot of English-speaking teams definitely have those mental coaches to try to talk them through situations like this, just how to keep yourself calm, keep yourself in the zone, and keep yourself ready to play these games. Speaking of, looks like Kaze is struggling. Really struggling back there right now.
Yeah. You can just see him in the back of the shot here. Trying to relax as much as he can. Yeah, I do feel for him because I can imagine. All right, look,
We baited you again.
You guys might
Put you on the hook.
have picked up on it already, but players are getting up, taking their peripherals out. So
hey, look, it was good to chat with you, though. I hope you enjoyed.
It was great. It was great.
It was better than a timer.
I appreciate you guys sticking around, but again, we're gonna have to send you guys through to a break. Much apologies. I can only apologize so many times, but hopefully we'll be back soon.
So I just immediately like.
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello, it's bugged. Hello. I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh, no! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistants? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.